Sportsplex with the ACRC7s presented to you by URugby, sponsored by Boathouse and the Virginia Beach Visitors and Convention Bureau. Right. Here we are at the Virginia Beach Sportsplex for the ACRC7s.
Yeah,
Brought to
Alex,
you
it's going
by
to be a great one.
URugby.
Production brought to you by URugby and Next Level Rugby. We're in the booth. Matt Robinette in here. Also with Alex Goff. Getting action underway. St. Joe's taking on Penn State University.
Welcome, everybody. Virginia Beach, Virginia. URugby ACRC7s. St. Joe's is in the black. Penn State is in the navy blue with white trim. Kickoff underway. Both of these teams came in second in their respective pools yesterday in a great day of rugby. And St. Joe's looks like they're picking up right where they left off, keeping that field spread wide, just like their warm-ups were, Alex. Oh, they got numbers outside.
Yeah, well, they want to spread it and remind themselves that this field is perhaps a little bit wider than some of the players who were playing yesterday. We talk about them cutting back off the sideline a great deal, and I think Coach Daniel Russo wants to see the Hawks just play a little bit of wider game. They get a penalty here, and playing there for St. Joe's, our starting lineup: Tyler Kelly, Michael McGee, Jimmy Wolfer, Greg McTiernan, Aram Kazgijian, Chris Curcio, Brendan Shields, all starting for St. Joseph's. And Penn State, well, they're a little short-handed. They only have 9 players dressed today. We already have a sub coming on.
I know, that's a big sub. He was an impact player yesterday.
Yeah, so Zabrowski's coming on. Might be a temporary. We'll see what's going on there. Penn State only have 9 players. Some players had to go back for exams, so they've only got 2 guys on the subs bench, and one of them I saw was receiving treatment earlier, so we'll see how long they go.
Looks to be a blood sub on the sideline, but I can't confirm that. Look out for Aram Kazgijian. He was a great player yesterday. He was really a catalyst for a lot of the offense for St. Joseph's. Nice moves here. They've got Penn State with a lot of bodies in the middle. Good offload just before contact. St. Joe's on the attack in the middle, looking for support. That's a knock on there. We might have our first set piece, but now it'll be a scrum down to Penn State. Penn State got a little bunched up in the middle of the field on that last series from St. Joe's, which opened up that outside. I think they just committed too many people to the ruck right around the 50. So,
well, we got Ricci is now on, or he's on the sideline there. So I think it's Jack McLean who is in there at hooker.
The ball is stolen from St. Joseph's again. Another team deciding to put the ball in on the opposite than normal side of the scrum, and it's lost. St. Joe's on the attack. Nice dummy. Good effort to slow him down and get him to the deck. It's going to be clean ruck, and St. Joe's on the attack.
That's McGee, and now Kelly goes for St. Joe's. Already another ruck penalty, and they're tapping quickly.
St. Joe's on the attack. They've got good defenders out there, and they're going to switch it back in. St. Joe, excellent tackling and a good offload from St. Joseph's. One arm stretch. He's unable to make it, so the ruck is clean, and it's another ruck penalty. We've seen him pull out the cards for infractions inside the 22, and he just dives for it.
Oh, well, you don't have to retreat too far when it's right on the line, and they held him up beautifully.
St. Joseph's lucky to keep possession of that, and then just a little knock-on the end there. It'll be a scrum to Penn State deep inside their territory.
That was really frantic stuff. St. Joe's didn't need to do that. They didn't need to go on a quick tap. And you got to be careful about that when you're close to the line. You're not exploiting that all that much because if the defending team is retreated to the try line, that's all they need to do. So just take a second there, relax, and go wide.
And I think you want one of your bigger units. If you're going to just lower your shoulder and head and dive for that goal line, you want someone who takes up 2 meters just by their body.
Well,
but that's a good steal.
Jimmy Wolfer was on the line. All he had to do was put it down. I think he was a couple of meters away. Well, he spun that one out to Keskijian, and Armenian Power wins again. Try for the Hawks under the post, but Wolfer was there. All he needed to do was just touch it down. Instead, he passed it.
And then a continuing story from yesterday's action, set piece efficiency and winning your own is going to be critical today, especially in these quarterfinal rounds.
And the other thing I'm harping on a lot, when I do sevens, you'll hear it a lot, watching your restarts, that momentum killer of making a restart mistake as the kick goes over from Wolfer. He's got to make that kick good because you've just brought yourself back.
Sorry,
you're behind. You've tied it up. Now you're ahead by 2. Make this restart work. And actually, the referee has said, sorry, it's the end of the first half. So that's actually going to work out just fine. Sure, St. Joe's pretty happy with that, scoring right before halftime, getting that lead back.
Alex, we're starting off the day with, Cup quarterfinals, so the teams are really good. They performed in pool play, and I'm seeing very little drop-off from the skill from yesterday. Fitness looks good. People are hitting gaps. The ball is moving around nicely. It looks like Penn State is going to be more of that attack, ruck, move the ball, whereas St. Joe's is trying to use the entire field.
Well, these teams were pretty evenly matched. Even though they didn't play each other, they're seeded 4 and 5, and the way the seeding was, they're both 2 and 1 in pool play. And then you separate them out for points difference. Well, the points difference was Penn State was a plus 51 and St. Joe's was a plus 50. So it's a good thing they're playing each other. They were going to play 4 and 5. It didn't really matter which one was which, I guess, at the end of the day.
Yeah.
But you got to win that recovery. You got to win that Saturday night, and get yourself hydrated, get yourself some rest. Get the electrolytes back, all that stuff, very important. Coming up after this one, it's Navy against Stony Brook. Navy was 3-0. They won right at the death against Penn State. Had they not scored that try and it ended up in a tie, Penn State would have had the higher seed.
Very competitive rugby yesterday. Referee Brian Kelly whistles him back to the center field.
We are kicking off.
Not sure
St. Joe's kicking off.
If you folks at home can hear the referee, but if you can, it's a great little exercise in listening to one of the best referees, definitely an up-and-coming national panel ref, talk through what he's calling on the field. Got a knock on by St. Joe's. It's just an advantage to Penn State. Nothing coming of it, so it'll be a scrum. Penn State in their territory, but definitely attacking.
I like that kickoff from Jimmy Wolfer. Really nice height, really good depth. It went, what was it, about 14 meters and close to the sideline. So he had a little bit of a safety margin there, so it wasn't going to go too short. But he got so much height on it that his players were able to get under it, just not able to corral the catch. There's a scrum to Penn State. Good shove from St. Joe's, though.
Not much wind today, at least now, but the prediction is deteriorating. Whether
Oh,
there's a break.
That's Joe Kelly.
Joe Kelly's picking up where he left off yesterday. Nice speed, good angle. He did the same thing yesterday. He saw the gap and a change of pace and angle, and result is exactly the same.
Well, it was set up by Selby New, the son of David New, who played for the Eagles and actually played for the USA in Rugby League as well. Great playmaker was David. And Selby New just sort of skated across a little bit. Once he saw the gap, with Kelly coming in on his hip, and just popped a little backhanded pass there, scissor move, and very nice.
That might be the benefit of coming off of 15s right into 7s, because you see that a lot more 15s, the change of pace, close in, angled running, than you do in 7s, more like St. Joe's spinning it wide.
And if you're not familiar with rugby much and you're just watching because you know someone on Penn State or St. Joe's, think about a read option in football. That's what it is. It's a read play. And he's going along and seeing where does the gap happen. Does somebody stay at home or does he follow me? And if he follows me, well, then I'll give the pass. And there's no one at home to stop that. So great try from Penn State.
And the education and training these men are getting in high school now is allowing them to recognize those things like hip movement and where bodies are going. So
there's a little bit of lesson right there. As St. Joe's, it's like a quick pass from Wolfer, great, because Gigian immediately passing it again before contact, and then going into contact was I think it was McGee. I don't want to throw anybody under the bus, so I'm not sure who went into contact there, and then threw just a crazy pass. He was being hit, and he's trying to fling it out there. At that point, take the hit. The best time to pass in that movement before contact, and they would have been fine, and they would have been running down sideline.
And it makes you wonder, and there's another almost steal by St. Joe's. It makes you wonder, are they pressing already? They're down by 5 points, and they're deep in their territory.
It
is 7 minutes.
Yeah, settle down, relax. 4 minutes, plenty of time. A possession is so critical, having that possession to start with.
We had Tyler Kelly come off again, and George Harris, number 8, took his spot. Penn State on the attack.
And that is Kevin Trotter spinning out of contact. McNulty was off the field for a little bit, but he came back on. I guess temporary sub can be a concussion check or a blood sub. But there's McNulty right now.
Nick Kirsch, who had a good day yesterday, exploiting the outside, unable to get around the corner. St. Joe's, the referee did not like the quality of that. The St. Joe's players was there to pick it up, tap and go, and now they're on the attack, St. Joe's.
You're isolated even just by a couple of feet, then they're going to call that holding on to the ball. Oh, a spill, though. That's he's got to hold on to that.
He does, and now Penn State is very good. Oh, just stolen out of his hands. You got to be stronger in contact with the ball.
Oh, dear. Really, Kaskijian is very opportunistic.
Numbers
ripped it out
on the
of his
outside
hands.
for St. Joe's. Penn State was definitely all bunched up after that turnover. St. Joe's secures the ruck, but there is no support. Kicked out. It's going to be a line out here to
Blue? Black line.
I got to say that was pretty ugly on both sides because you've got a pass coming to you and you're reaching for it. You got to step into it and catch it. That was not a good knock on by St. Joe's. And then Trotter grabs it. He's spinning around. He's trying to go in, thinking about getting in for the try. You've got to think about ball security. Ball security is so important.
And messy game like this is always advantage to the team in the lead. So even though it's a 5-point lead, there's a long way to go. But as we know, in 7s, one bounce could change the fortune quickly.
Well, short line out.
St.
Joe's, they hold on to it. They make sure they stay in line.
Excellent vision from Michael McGee seeing those gaps, and now we're playing. It's just knocked on. St. Joe's is just knocking things on when they have opportunity here.
That's a little bit harsh. It kind of bounced around in the hands of George Harris, and then I think he made sort of a backward motion and tapping it behind him. Maybe he knocked it on and ran past it, which is a nice. I was fooled by that. I didn't think that was knock on, but
set piece now to Penn State.
Again from the wrong side, as you see. Matt,
Again,
you mentioned that.
They've won 2 out of 3 here, and now it's 2 for 2, but a penalty here. Intentional wheel, he thought, referee Kelly thought, from the St. Joe's.
Here we go.
That should be.
Oh, there we go. A little bit of juggling move there. That was a very direct, shall we say, pass from New, really hard, and Joe Kelly did really well to concentrate on it. And you see that his eyes were right on that ball. He could have been hit. Who knows what's going on, but he was concentrating on making sure that he kept that ball. Really nice try from Joe Kelly. Looking good, showing some good direct running skills.
And now you see why St. Joe's is putting so much effort in trying to turn over set pieces. Set piece turnover and quick restarts are so difficult to defend that when you're successful in them, as we saw St. Joe's in the first half on the other side, heading the other way where they got their try, on that steal and quick penalty, they're gone. It's just too difficult to structure your defense again in that short amount of time against these type of athletes. 19-7, Penn State on top.
Joe Kelly, product of Greenwich High School in Connecticut. His father, Joe Kelly Sr., coaches that team. He's a USA Under-20 player. Showing very well right now. And St. Joe's is kind of stuck in their end most of this half.
They are, and there was a good kickoff to put them deep in their half. And one of the struggles with the team that has this type of style of play back and forth is that the defense just plays the back and forth. No one's really attacking up. But now nope, they're just going to spin it wide and try and stretch the gaps.
They're keeping Kelly in as a sweeper. They're going to need him here. There's a break. And I think that's Curcio. Oh, he's isolated, though. And I think the poach would have been good. I think he might have even gotten a penalty out of that. But Kevin Trotter fell over as he was pulling it up and knocked the ball on.
That's the end of our first quarterfinal match. Penn State moves on to the semifinals. And St. Joseph's University, they are moving on. I think they have another game.
Yeah, they go onto the plate, and so they go into the plate semifinals.
Well, congratulations to Penn State. I will say yesterday was a really good day, and this is a great start to day 2 for Penn State.
Well, we talked about them being a little bit shorthanded. Sometimes I can just bring everybody together and say, we're going to just take care of this.
Yeah, us against the world.
Hey fans, URugby Virginia Beach would like to thank Smith Moore Leatherwood LLP for its generous support in sponsoring the official ball. Smith Moore Leatherwood serves clients in the Southeast and across the nation through attorneys who are personally involved in solving clients' complex legal issues. Offices are located in Atlanta, Charleston, Charlotte, Greenville, as well as Greensboro, Raleigh, and Wilmington, North Carolina. Smith Moore Leatherwood has over 170 attorneys concentrating on a wide range of areas. Smith Moore Leatherwood attorneys highly sought out for their knowledge and experience in creating legal solutions. For more information, visit smithmorelaw.com.
So, Alex, our second quarterfinal of the day will pit the Naval Academy in all white, facing off against Stony Brook University in the red and white with blue trim. All right. Starting lineup for the Naval Academy: Rob Maloney, Jed Hendrickson, Dillian Clay, Connor Spurzell, Brian Michelle, Xavier Quinn. I'm sorry, this is the Stony Brook lineup. Xavier Quinn and James Sheridan. Keep your eye out for Brian Michelle. He is the go-forward attacker. This should be a good game. Naval Academy won their pool, and Stony Brook came in second.
How's it going, man? Good.
So, all right. Andrew Lynn is the referee in the center out of the referee society.
And there's your Navy squad. We don't have the list as who's starting, but we'll see. There's number 12, Jared Stevenson, knocking it back.
That was right on 10 meters. The referee was nice and even with it, and Navy attacking at shoulders, not running at bodies, keeping their hands free. A little turnover, it seems there. Just a little loose with the ball deep inside Stony Brook's territory. Stony Brook on the attack with some numbers on the outside. Those ball handling errors.
Yeah, they're offside. Navy, a little bit aggressive there. I really like what I'm seeing from Gardy Laban. He's playing sweeper on defense, and the halfback for Navy. He played a lot. He played some with Atlantis. And there's Laban right now. Skilled player, smart player. And he's under some pressure, though. See what he does.
Well, the Stony Brook person never really started chopping his feet and breaking down at that attack, but Navy under pressure and just loses it forward. It turns out good for Stony Brook.
That was a good blitz there from Jed Hendrickson. And, that's one of those things. That's what you do when you're looking at defending a 1-on-3, 3-on-1 against you. Blitz in and go get the ball.
Yeah, attack the
Slide
ball.
on the hooker, please.
There's going to be a mistake that happens,
Thank you.
6 out of 10 times. So
Crouch.
it's worth the risk reward. Alex, I
Mine.
don't see too many teams today
Set.
kicking alpha penalty, but they got a big chunk of territory.
They did.
And now it's a 2-on-1. Navy does well to cover back. Nice inside step.
Well, this is Stony Brook's game. Is the
Knock
ball
on.
movement
Hit it.
and pressing, but right there, an offload out of the tackle, probably not the best idea.
Both teams are a little bit bunched up in the center. Let's see who expands first. And Naval Academy on the attack. Moving that defensive line back. Referee is in good position for offsides calls. And now there's attack with speed on the outside.
There goes LeBron. He's got lots of room on the outside. I'm not sure if he realizes how far away that sideline is. Nice fend. Put Quinn to the ground. Oh, there's a sidestep, too. So he's got the power, he's got the pace, and he's got the moves. And a really nice try from Gardy Laban for Navy.
Well, he's really lucky that sidestep worked because the support wasn't really coming too great.
Well, you see the moves that Laban can show, and he's working his way down the field.
Conversion is good. It's going to be 7 to the midshipmen, 0 to Stony Brook. About 3 minutes have gone in the first half. It's been a little bit back and forth. No, that was the first time we've seen a real break from either team. Both teams seem to be attacking the line and trying to get as many defenders in the middle of the field or as many resources in those rucks as possible, and then use quick hands to exploit the outside.
Stony Brook likes to use the pass a little bit more. Navy, they're stronger. They're just physically stronger. But I've a couple of times there, and right there we saw it. Losing the ball in contact, that was murky. Losing the ball in contact, has to take care of it.
I really like the midshipmen's defensive structure and their discipline on defense, and it results in a turnover there. They're not putting a lot of people into rucks. And now the blitz defense from Stony Brook, it better work. Missed tackles, 1 to beat, but it's Michelle, and it's going to be a try. Naval Academy. Number 10.
And that was Jacob Rowell, the hooker, just shrugging off at that. That's kind of what you expect from Navy there, is they're strong enough that they were that a halfway tackle, just sort of hugging them around the shoulders, that's not going to do anything for them. Shrug it off, burst through,
and they're
get that try.
They're well drilled enough not to run directly into somebody's chest. They're going to attack limbs, but a good positive thing for the academy is 2 restarts and 2 steals. Even though they resulted in a bit of a knock-on, the kicker is on and the support play down to contest that ball. They're not giving anything to Stony Brook.
Navy is a little short-handed as well. Trey Fullalove, he's out. He's a scratch. Orion Vedral, he's a scratch. Jacob Griffin, who got that, was on the receiving end of an illegal tackle that led to a penalty try in the game against Penn State. He injured his knee in that play, and so he is out as well.
Holding on.
But there's a
Holding
penalty
on.
against
Back
Stony
10.
Brook, and that was a clear one. Good poach, good release of the tackle player, pulling on the ball, and it's just holding on, and the referee is very clear about that. And there goes Gardy Laban again, and this time offloading.
Just stepped out of bounds. You see the difference between when Penn State tried to poach the ball earlier. The player clearly showed his hands. You don't have to do that, and that half a second is going to let the players go. And you saw Navy clearly release and then immediately go after the ball. So a half a second matters when you're in this type of turnover situation. Set piece here to Stony Brook. Line out deep in their territory, down 14-0. About a minute and a half remaining in the first half. And the ball is stolen, played out by Navy. They've got a transition here from
Tons
defense
of
to
room.
offense.
They just need to move that. There's so much room on the right side.
Okay, Naval Academy moving the ball through the hands, trying to find the space.
Daniels Vilsala, we haven't seen much of him yesterday, but there he is getting that and setting that up for number 12, Piper Thaler. And finally, they used that space on the right side. Really worked there. But they had that space just sort of beckoning.
You can almost see them working to create that space.
And there he is. He's got so much room. I don't know if he got into his top gear there. He didn't really need to. He just cruised on through.
It was a turnover following a line out. Naval Academy attacked the middle, kind of sucked in some defenders, then kept on coming to the stadium side of the play and eventually forced the outside defender to make a tackle. It was sharp enough to pick and go a little bit, freeze one defender and offload for an easy try. 21-0, Naval Academy.
Well, we talk about winning the recovery over Saturday night. Certainly Navy looks to be the stronger here, dedicated themselves to that. They try to rescue that one. It's knocked forward and eventually goes into touch. And, even though that was knocked forward and even though that went into touch, what
do you want?
What number 12 Thaler did for Navy on that one was to prevent the free kick in the midfield because it was going to go out on the full.
And since it landed, it was either a line out or a scrum choice when the ball lands in and then goes out on a knock on. So the referee gave the option to Stony Brook and they decided to do a scrum. This should be the last move of the half.
They're looking to get Xavier Quinn going. And a kick for him. That was a little bit of odd option.
Seal.
And diving over by the called by the referee, just diving onto the ball, so sealing off. And there's Michelle for Stony Brook, trying to get something going, but completely isolated. I don't know how he got that ball out of there. And they do look frantic.
Yeah, just a series of ball handling errors there. I feel like Michelle should trust his pace and his strength. He's an excellent athlete and a great rugby player. And to take the ball out of hand and do a little up and under that deep, I feel like he's strong enough to move that defensive line.
Well, fans, the first College of Chiropractic, Palmer College of Chiropractic, was founded in 1897 and continues to be prominent in the areas of chiropractic care, education, and research. The Palmer College of Chiropractic Rugby Football Club, organized in 1960, dominated the college ranks for many years. With its winning tradition in rugby and a worldwide reputation as the trusted leader in chiropractic education, Palmer College of Chiropractic offers a special opportunity to student athletes, both men and women. URugby Virginia Beach thanks Palmer College for their generous support. For more information, visit www.palmerrugby.com. That's Palmer rugby.com.
Alex, I'd like to welcome Blake Burdett into the booth up here at Virginia Beach Sportsplex in Virginia Beach, Virginia. Blake, congratulations on getting through the first quarterfinal game. It looked pretty good out there.
Yeah, it was one of the first times I thought we played as a team. It was a total team effort. We're down to 8.5 guys.
Yeah, we mentioned that earlier.
So it was nice to get the team win, and we didn't have to rely on just one person.
We talked a lot about the importance of a 2-day tournament. Win the recovery. Looks like that was a crucial thing for you because you sent some guys home for exams and everything. That everybody had to be ready to go.
Yeah, it was really important, and between this quarterfinal game and now the cup semis is we've got to win that recovery as well. So we got to get guys, right, so that they can go and play against one of these teams, Stony Brook or Navy.
Coach, let me ask you this: when you're in a tournament like this, particularly a 2-day tournament, and you make it through pool play, how much scouting do you do on your opponent yesterday? I don't know when you finished your games and if you knew who you were playing, but how much?
You do a little bit because you're watching all these teams, and there's some very good teams here. I think that the main thing that we're trying to do with this being our first sevens tournament is that we've got to worry about us and what we're doing.
Oh, and there's an interception right there. A little bit slow, lackadaisical passing from Navy, and right in to
Rob
score
Maloney.
a try goes Rob Maloney, the hooker for Stony Brook, and a little bit of a confidence boost for the Seawolves there.
It just goes to show you how crisp you have to be all the time. You can't have a lapse in judgment in a 14-minute game.
And Blake, on the Penn State team, you know, you got some players people have heard of, and Joe Kelly's been U20 team, and he had a really good game, against St. Joseph's. One of the guys that I've noticed, easy to notice him, is Ryan McNulty, and I don't know if he was necessarily on the radar as he was going to be somebody to say, oh, he's having a great tournament. He's having a great tournament.
Yeah, he is. Ryan's actually a great player. Plays lock or back row for us in 15s, and
he can run.
He can run, and he can get out there. He looks like a back almost when he's running out there, and so he's a versatile player. But we call him and Joe Kelly the redheaded twins.
That's true.
They look a lot alike.
This is something that's been bugging me every time I do sevens tournaments as Navy goes through, and that looks to be Thaler again for the try. And Jacob Rowell, a hooker again scoring, giving up momentum with a restart error. Here it was. Stony Brook decided to go deep, and they went right through and kicked the ball dead. And after scoring a try that they really needed, they gave up a free kick at midfield. How frustrating is that?
That is frustrating. And as I'm still learning the sevens game, it is one of those things that you've got to. Momentum is the key. You saw at the end of our game there against St. Joe's that we scored a couple tries there at the end, and because we kept the momentum going, and we were able to keep them out of the end zone there at the end too.
Well, Coach, we wish best of luck to you today in your semifinal match against one of these two great teams, and throughout the rest of the summer and CRCs.
Thank you. We're really excited. We're excited to be here. So thanks.
All right.
Thanks, Blake.
Thanks for
Let's
coming
go,
up.
guys. Let's go.
All right. Naval Academy is on top right now, 28-7 over Stony Brook in our second quarterfinal match of the morning.
Blake Burdett's got a great radio voice. There, he should be doing this.
Did you just say that Blake Burdett has a face for radio?
He does have a face for radio. Yeah, should be an expert on that. Blake Burdett actually played here 14 years ago as a freshman for the University of Utah, playing at the college championships, a big tournament for Utah. Kind of put them back on the map as a college program. And Blake Burdett played football for Utah when they were national champions, and played rugby for Utah when they made the national final. And there goes our guy, Gardy LeBon, kicking ahead. Seemed like a good idea, but he kicked straight toward where there was an injured teammate. Seemed like a bad idea in the end. So they're going to try and fix that up and see what happens with the injured player. And now everybody's sort of taking a breather there. We got about 3.5 minutes left in this game. 28-7. Navy has started. They have just looked so ready to play here on a kind of slightly rainy morning in Virginia Beach. The URugby ACRC7s is day 2 Cup quarterfinals. And fans 4x3 works closely with clients to deliver the highest quality custom web solutions, integrating the latest in responsive design to ensure seamless migration of content across platforms. Our range of clients, from major universities to small businesses and nonprofits, testifies to our flexibility and commitment to custom web development, design, and content management. For more information, visit 4x3.net. That is 4x3.net. And 4x3.net actually put together Golf Rugby Report website. We're very proud to have them done that work. Pretty great stuff. So we have a player down. We don't know who the player is. They're working on him right now. And they've rolled him back over, being very careful with a head, making sure that doesn't get twisted, the neck doesn't get twisted. You roll over the body and keeping the head rotating at the same rate as the rest of the body, and just giving him an assessment, possibly a concussion assessment at this time. Coming up after this game, James Madison will play Delaware. James Madison went 3-0 in pool play. Delaware was 1-2, but was one of the two wild teams that made it through. One of the third-place teams that was able to get through based on points difference. And then Kutztown, the number 1 seed, 3-0 with a points difference of plus 98 for the day, takes on Drexel, which was also 1-2 and one of the wild card teams. Well, happy to see the Navy player get up on his feet. They were very careful there in making sure that they didn't just make him move for no reason. He seemed to be touching his head, and they're just being very, very careful,
Crouch!
as they should be.
You guys, I've warned you. Bind on the hooker.
And referee,
Bind on the
we're
hooker.
getting ready to get started with a scrum. Referee
Crouch!
is warning the players to bind
Bind!
properly. That is an
Set!
issue there.
Vantage! Sides!
As Brendan Ferrogreen
Penalty advantage!
takes a seat on the sidelines. Well, there goes Navy right through. They win that. They send it back out there to Jared Stevenson. He's a big guy. He's a big runner, very aggressive runner, and he just takes that gap back inside. And this is becoming a Navy rout. And I don't think I would have called that, but being ready to play after a long day of pool play, and then getting through the night, making sure your body's right, and then ready to really ramp it up on the Sunday morning.
Alex, let's run the replay on that last try from the academy. It was a good attack right up the middle, and just missed tackles through the gap. It was an outstanding try from the Naval Academy.
We're going to have to see the enthusiasm pick up a little bit from Stony Brook. I think they're a little bit shell-shocked, giving up a couple of early tries, and they've got the ball in hand now. Now they're thinking about something a little bit more positive.
Well, and I'm thinking, why does Navy have 2 sweepers back? That's an interesting. Okay, number 3 is rotating around to cover the backside. That's actually really good defense. A little bit fractured now, but you see that Navy is not allowing anything. Good cover defense and trusting one another. And now they have the outside for Stony Brook.
That was a good pattern. You could just see the flow of the game back and forth, both teams working on it. And there's another nice big tackle from Jacob Rowell, trying to hold them up and rip the ball out. Quinn dancing around. I would really like to see Quinn just challenge some tacklers. Doesn't seem to want to do it as much. He wants to dance around and look for a gap that he's created with his sidestepping.
Knock on.
Just a little knock on there from Stony Brook, and that was the first time they really had something positive going downfield.
They were.
Lots of phases, good speed. You noticed the Navy defender on the outside. I believe it was Jared Stevenson.
Scrum.
He gave space, and before we said force a decision, but that was when the player was 1-on-3. That was 1-on-1. He trusted his defense. He just gave the space, and we don't have first downs in rugby. So
Crouch.
That's right. Make them work for it.
Bond. Set.
Naval Academy secures the ball, 35-7 right now. In control, the midshipmen are. And just lost forward. It's going to be scrum advantage to Stony Brook. Advantage is over. You heard the referee, referee Lynn. And now Stony Brook on the attack, looking for support. Navy is a little bit bunched up and fractured in the middle, so there should be opportunity on the outside for Stony Brook if they can get it out, and they do. Quinn on the attack with one person in support. Navy defense covering well, and he is isolated. Quinn might have wanted to look for that offload a little sooner. The academy has penalty advantage, and let's see what they decide to do here. And they're just going to end the half, and that'll be it. Naval Academy moves on to the semifinals.
Dominant stuff from Navy. Looked really, really good.
And they will face Penn State, correct?
I'm not sure. I don't think so.
Okay. Well, we'll get you that for sure in just a few minutes. So next up we have
That would be kind of weird if they did.
Okay, we have James Madison, who changed from their black and gold. The Dukes are now in their traditional purple against University of Delaware in their gold and blue. So we have the Blue Hens against the Dukes. James Madison is a great story. In the past 5 years, I think they're one of the most up-and-coming clubs in the country, would you say, Alex?
I think so.
Actually, this has compelling storylines all over between Delaware coming back and Penn State. James Madison moving up the ranks.
Yeah, Delaware basically getting the death penalty for their rather tenuous connection to a party that went wrong on campus, off campus actually. And they got a 5-year ban that was then later reduced down to 2 years, which was crucial. And the work that Chris Mattina did for that team in trying to just work with the administration is just something that the Delaware program should be grateful for many
Delaware
years.
captain.
They're back. They're
Good.
playing. They're competing.
Madison.
This is great.
Good.
Rough
right,
day
what was
yesterday, 1 and 2. JMU. Well, they were Division II last year, and they're strong in Division I. Mo Cash going in trying to
How's
get
that?
something there.
That's fine, tackle.
Delaware starting lineup: Gorman, Hess, Matina, Ramirez, Romeo, Hand, and Abram. But there's a break for JMU. And I'm guessing that was Rickard. A pickup, go, try. Very direct. Take the ball, go up, pick it up, go up again. And James Madison leads 5-0. We're going to have some interesting guesses on these numbers because JMU has a bit of a design on the back, pretty flashy design, and some of the numbers get swallowed up a little bit in them.
Alex, just going over the replay here from James Madison, I think. Nope. So JMU on top 5-0.
Katz
Off
goes
foot,
in
that's
for
fine.
makes the tackle again on Matina. Delaware's got it. That's no problem there. Abram taking the corner. Fends off Chase Key.
Excellent
Pops
offload.
inside. John Hand is taking the angle all the way across the field. You know, maybe not. A little bit of a show and go. Carlson takes him down.
Numbers for Delaware anywhere they want.
Gorman feeds it off. Chris Matina. Try Delaware. And that was great to see, trying to go around the right sideline. And then to see Hand try to angle it all the way across again. Almost laterally across the field.
It was an outstanding breakaway from University of Delaware.
Well, he was free. Nice little offload back inside for Hand, and then they consolidated well enough. So 5-5.
University of Delaware will restart, kicking off to James Madison, and a great answer from Delaware. JMU won their pool yesterday with good hard running, Mo Katz leading the show, but they did have lulls in their games where they let other teams hang around.
Oh, well, there's a great take right on the restart. That's the way you want it. I think it's the only time we've seen it this weekend. Fantastic work. Here it is on a platter.
Outstanding defense from James Madison. They're bending.
That was key on Abram. But look at the numbers now. Here we go. Not a problem at all. And Matt Romeo loves that try line. See what I did there? That was a little joke. And and he goes in for the try, and Matt, that all comes from that great kickoff restart. You get the restart take. But you grab it. Now you're going forward with possession. Quickly move it, and everybody's just chasing after that, and then move it back. Kick missed. 10-5.
You're right, Alex. It puts the defense under a huge amount of pressure because half their team is in front of the ball. But James Madison did great to get back. You saw Mo Cats do a big risk by jumping into a passing lane. Delaware is good enough to see that and get it to the outside. Another outstanding kick.
Back.
Knocked back by Cats. Madison. Pick and go there. I think that's Rickard. Cats picks it up. Oh, he just sidesteps around, works his way. He's going straight. Nobody's with him, so he's going to have to do it all by himself and tries to fling it inside. I don't know what he was thinking there. Because now it's Blue Hen's ball.
With a lot of gold out there on the left side. Cats trying to fill the passing lane. Missed tackle. Stiff arm.
Matt Ramirez almost free. And that's another break. Ramirez. Abram. Abram's kicking. Just craziness. And yeah, Abram was impeded off the ball by Montreal, the hooker for JMU. So that's a penalty.
Yellow line, thank you.
It's a lot of moving. We can hear the referee is breathing hard. He's going back and forth. There's a lot of stuff
James
to keep track
Madison,
of.
JMU is putting a lot of energy on defense. And when they're getting the ball on offense, they're not quite getting to their support sets.
Oh, there goes Abram. Oh, Abram had it all, and it just came out of his hand. And that ball is a little bit wet. We do get a bit of a sprinkling of rain, but Matina set him up, just served it up for him, and dropped it to the ground.
That's one of those things with brand new balls. It just gets a little slick. So, but it was a good attacking pattern. The worst thing about that is JMU has an opportunity to catch their breath. So James Madison now with a set piece.
Give me a step.
About a minute remaining in the first half. It is 5-10.
Set.
We're joined in the booth right now by
That's
Coach
fine.
Flanagan with
Well,
the Naval Academy.
before we get, because he's just coming to inform us
Oh, sorry.
that it's 10-7 that JMU actually made the conversion, but it wasn't recorded. So that's very important to keep track of. That
Good.
we get that conversion going as well.
Quick tap penalty from
So
Delaware.
thank you for that, Mike.
Delaware.
Now we're joined by Mike Flanagan, U.S. Naval Academy coach, and Mike. I'll give you a mic.
Oh, thank you.
We talked about a 2-day tournament, winning the recovery. Your guys looked ready to play.
Yeah, we had a good night. We did some restoration, recovery work. Had a good meal, lots of rest, lots of fluids, some ice baths. We got obviously we had a couple of injuries that showed up from yesterday. And the guys are pretty focused, and they're pretty excited to be here.
Yeah, you did. We knew that you had picked up one injury. We got 3 players out, in fact. But you got to take care of them.
Yeah, absolutely. This isn't the end game. This is this is a process, and we're going to reevaluate Brendan before we go further. But certainly. We certainly have 2 that are definitely out.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's fine.
that was a worrying injury. I know everybody was on
Before
him,
happened before, we can't
and
end.
that's Brendan Fairgreen, who was down on the ground for a while, but at least he was able to leave under his own power. That's good news.
Yeah, he looked at me and said, "I can play on." I'm like, "No, you can't. You're done."
No, it's
Go
like
over there and talk to the medical
Right.
people. When they tell me you can play, then we'll talk about playing rugby.
but a very nice performance from Navy, 35-7. Gardy LeBon, we talked about him. Jacob Rowell got a couple of tries. You're sort of starting to see that personality of, playing a wider game, but also that physicality. If somebody tries to tackle one of your players around the shoulders, it's not going to happen.
Well, it shouldn't happen. And, we teach our guys that we want to be low and tight on the tackles. We want to get into the hips. There's lots of safety issues now with tackling in rugby with obviously with the hawk tackling and tracking the near hip and the near shoulder, power stepping through, clamping and driving, make the tackle safe. And if you come onto our guys and you go chest high, we're going to fend you off. And conversely, if we go high, we're going to get fended off. So, it's the more you practice it, the better you get. And we put on a pretty good show, I thought, for that first 14 minutes.
I think so too, Coach. And to your point, you saw that over and over again where your opponent was just running straight into bodies, and it was easy tackles and easy fends, and then your guys were attacking arms and shoulders. tell us a little bit about why this tournament is important for the Naval Academy and what it prepares you for and your players for.
Well, obviously, we're a varsity cup participant, and having got knocked out of that tournament last weekend, we were able to get our CRC preparation going literally 2 weeks early. And so for us to be able to come down here and play in a competitive tournament, it gives us 2 opportunities. Actually, this year will have given us 3 opportunities to play sevens prior to the CRCs in Philadelphia. Well,
congratulations on your quarterfinal win, and good luck moving forward, Coach.
Yeah, well, we're excited. We're mixing some guys, and the guys are having fun, and so we're enjoying the alumni. So all in all, it's been a good weekend down here in Virginia Beach.
Probably get great alumni down here in Hampton Roads area.
Yeah, we've got quite a few guys. They play probably half a dozen guys play with the Norfolk Club, and I think Matt, you know some of those guys.
I do.
So they put their homes up for us, and we had a little barbecue for the guys last night, and I think half my team was asleep by 7 o'clock.
Yeah. That's not the go to Norfolk.
But a good welcome, and the Navy community coming together.
Absolutely. We're glad to be down here. The only disconnect perhaps is the fact that we didn't know until a week ago that we would be here, or 10 days ago. So getting the word out to our guys that are stationed down here. We have alumni showing up now. I have a young man that graduated last year who's just finishing up school down here. He's actually going to be stationed in D.C. So he went to Annapolis, came down here for school, and is going back to D.C.
Well, James Madison is lucky to get the ball back there. They're under a lot of pressure to get some points on the board here in the second half.
That's a nice pass right there. That was good.
Try awarded. Just in the corner over there, kept his legs driving, got the ball down.
And that was Chase Key getting the try. But I called this as the upset special. I thought maybe Delaware might surprise. And right now they're in the lead, but still they got some work to do to hold on. So, Michael, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Good luck.
Alex, Matt, thank you so much for having me, and continue the good work up here.
Yeah, we're doing it. Thanks. Well, we've set the bar pretty high on these interviews, so we'll see how if the other coaches can meet that. Because Blake was great, Mike's great, working with this stuff, and he's all about Navy. He's all about Naval Academy rugby, and as that kick goes over. From Mirsan.
Well, if you were listening to that, and if not, and when you get the replay, you just heard a little bit of a master's class on tackling.
Yeah.
So definitely Google those terms that he was mentioning, because if you can teach that, you're going to be in good shape.
Oh, here we go.
Wow.
Letting the short kick drop and racing in, so smart. John Hand says, I'll take it. I'll take it all the way down. The bounce was true. Everybody's waiting for it to just roll either to pass the 10-meter, so it's not giving up a free kick. And Hand just comes in, and he is the wicked hand of fate down the sidelines.
You saw there, what a heads-up play. James Madison were just waiting and waiting and waiting to see if that ball was going to go 10, if that up guy was going to play it, or if it was going to go out of bounds. And then out of nowhere, a gold streak. It just bounces perfectly up. He's got the sideline. Everyone on James Madison is flat-footed, and it is an outstanding try. To answer, too, James Madison's fairly quick try right off the bat in earlier.
Matina good with the kick. Not very nice. So actually, that's a big-time kick, because that makes it 8 points ahead. JMU now has to score twice.
With about 4 minutes remaining in the second half of this quarterfinal match.
I'm impressed with James Madison. As I said, I like this team. I like this group. They're a little bit frantic today. They're a little bit shocked. But there goes Key again. This is better, much better from them.
Just a forward pass there from James Madison. And those are the things that are just killing their momentum. Every time they get down here, knocking on the door, something happens. Delaware takes advantage of it, clears out. Although Delaware has a player limping a little bit. John Hand, after his big try, seems to be limping. So hopefully he can keep his level of play high. So the Delaware back line seems to be setting up strong one way, but that leaves the entire side of the other field open. Drive from James Madison, and it's stolen with the heads-up play from the scrum half from James Madison. He keeps his legs driving. It's a meter out, sets up the ruck. Watch out for Mo Katz doing a penalty. 5 meters out. Katz. Low trot.
Backwards.
Knocked on. Wow.
I don't know how he lost it. It was lost backwards or it was pulled out, but somehow he didn't score that. And that, again, a little bit rushing. Now, Katz is losing his composure a little bit, and there was a hit off the ball from Katz, which, I don't know, I think maybe it's the sort of situation where you should stop the play because the player hit is still on the ground. Katz should be off the field at this point.
Yeah, the referee thought it egregious enough to call the penalty, but did not think, I guess, it was card-worthy. So Delaware playing a man down, and James Madison increasing the pressure on defense with 2 minutes left, down by 8.
No.
Lot of bodies right there in that middle part of the field. Maybe a kick ahead? Nope.
Oh, Latina still trying to work it, and both teams forcing it just a bit too much. And now with the forward pass. Now let's see what we're going to do about this hit. Yep, here comes the card. And yellow card for that shoulder charge. That was it was not a good play from Katz. The player didn't have the ball. He had his back to him, and Katz went right in and hit him off the ball. So Katz is going to leave. I don't know where he's going. He just needs to go to the technical zone. But that's a little bit of frustration. And I think that was born out of the fact that he made a mistake on the quick tap. They didn't really need to rush that quick tap. Again, close to the line like that, everyone's bunched out. They need to score twice anyway. Let's just, if you want to take that quick tap, send it to the wing. He's all alone. You'll be fine.
Looks like the player who was tackled or shoulder charged is on his feet and coming off the field. I'm okay kind of with that aggressiveness. At least he went low and he was in. He just lost the handle of the ball. I thought it was a try. You heard me say that, but it turned out to be a knock-on. But you're right. Patience, but it's he had 2.5 minutes at that point. Yeah. I can see both sides of it, but I can't see his reaction and how he just trucked that guy from behind.
Right. Then he just took out his frustration on another player, and that player's had to come off. So it is about 80 seconds left in the game, according to the scoreboard, and JMU still has time. They just got to score quickly.
And they're making a tactical decision here not to cover the scrum half and to keep their backs covered up. I think I might cover the scrum half because that takes a lot of space away to attack that fly half area.
Yeah, with the shorthand.
Let's use it. Ball's out.
Really difficult.
Let's go, Purple. No, you're offsides, Gold.
It's got a penalty advantage, offsides on 14 Gold. James Madison with the quick tap. Now they really need to press because it's less than a minute remaining.
John Finnegan, who is the scrum half, brought on as the replacement, and he went offside, but rushing it again, and Madison drops the ball. So another situation, just watching the time just tick away.
And I'm sure I'm not alone with other coaches on how to play quick, but not frantic. You know, play fast, but don't be frantic, and I think that's what James Madison ran into there. Clean win from Delaware. They have the outside. Good corner flag here. Missed tackle.
Oh, what a nice move from Matina. There he goes.
Cut back in. He's got the support, unable to offload, but it looks like Delaware's going to hold on to it. No. Hands in the ruck. It's a penalty to James Madison. Quick tap, trying to exploit the short side of the field and play advantage to Delaware, and that's the game. Delaware wins 22-14 in this quarterfinal match. 22-14 Delaware over James Madison University. JMU was the 2 seed, and Delaware was the 7 seed, so that is a legitimate upset. 22-14. 22-14, and now we will go on to our final quarterfinal match of the day, which will be Kutztown facing off against Drexel. That was really good play from Delaware. They were on the attack the entire game. James Madison seemed to be just weren't able to get those final passes and offloads off. So they move on to face the winner of this match, I believe, but we'll see. Kutztown.
Actually, Delaware moves on to play Navy.
Perfect. Delaware on the Navy, but now we get to see one of the best teams, a premier team in the country, Kutztown University, facing off against Drexel. Kutztown is heavily favored in this one, but you never know, and you have to execute.
Well, I talked last night about, like I said, the upset special for me was Delaware. I thought that they might surprise it. They're a good sevens team. They've got excellent coaching, and they did it. Drexel, on the other hand, I think a little bit of a different
Red Captain,
situation. They
Captain, ready.
really worked hard to get here, but Kutztown is big and strong and dominant.
Big, strong, and fast. That's a hard combination to hang with unless you're big, strong, and fast too.
Wes Hartman, Joe O'Shields, Alex Faison-Donahoe, Dylan Smith, John Sage, Robert Storch, Murphy Lill, all starting for Kutztown.
And there's a turnover right off the bat, and then they give it right back. Drexel had a great opportunity there to attack, and now turn it back over to Kutztown. Kutztown taking on defenders.
That's Max
Advantage,
Kiplinger. Took the ball and he stole it again for Drexel. And there's Kiplinger trying to dig that ball out, get something going for Drexel.
Kick ahead. Referee thought that was...
Interfering with the scrum half.
There we go. So interfering with the scrum half is the
Interfering with the
call
scrum.
there. Starters for Drexel: Max Kiplinger, Ben Goldblatt, Brian Mortimer, Trevor Bloomfield, Colin Driscoll, Greg Yeager, and Cody Bukowski. So Drexel going to tap, get a move going. Out to Bukowski. He's the guy with the headband.
I like what Drexel's doing. They're trying all kinds of different things to get that ball moving downfield, kicking, running into folks, trying to move it. But
there is a distinct size differential between these two teams. I mean, it seems like they look like half the size at that point. Even Robert Storch, who's not a tall man, is a sturdy man.
And again, Drexel has the middle covered pretty well, but leaving the outside open against a skilled and talented team with a lot of athleticism.
There he goes. He's going to think about the pass. Doesn't really have to worry about it. I believe that is Murphy Lill. I like what he's done this weekend. He is an opportunistic player, but it's just good ball movement.
Kutztown moving the ball to the wide side, able to exploit that outside. Drexel unable to keep their structured line or even drop step, and Kutztown take advantage of it to take the lead at the moment before the conversion. 5-0.
Hey fans, the Eagle's Nest offers good food and great fun in the heart of Virginia Beach with an excellent, reasonably priced menu, live music, and line dancing. Try one of the signature cocktails, such as the Mason Jar Orange Crush. Enjoy fantastic appetizers and hit the dance floor with friends. You'll find all types partying the night away at the Eagle's Nest. The Eagle's Nest is located at 600 Navan Road in Virginia Beach. Get more info at Eagles Nest VB for Virginia Beach. EaglesNestVB.com. Kick's no good.
Kick's no good. And that was really good, actually, on Drexel to keep him from centering the ball. So positives there, and now kickoff here from Kutztown. Let's see what Drexel can do with this opportunity. Nice take right up the middle. Does he have the pace?
That's just flat odd all the way. You know, they had a nice high restart. Chasers under it.
Option.
And then chasing.
Option red. It was lost forward into touch. What do you want?
Then chasing. I'm not sure. I think that was O'Shields. Just sort of stopped and waited for the other player to catch it.
Yeah.
And then off he
forward
went.
into touch.
I'm certain the coach is going to have something to say about that at half.
Crouch.
A lot of running there.
Five.
They did catch him.
Leave him
Good
alone.
cover defense.
Cleanly won by Kutztown, and now Kutztown on the attack deep in their end. Nice.
Oh, look how wide Faison-Donahoe is. Finally, we're starting to see a team really think about the width of the field. There's Storch, and he is quick.
Backwards!
Stolen by Drexel.
Lost the ball. He's not secure with that ball. He's got to be more careful.
That's fine.
This is kind of the Wild West in the breakdowns in this game.
And it's offsides there. I don't know if he caught that.
They didn't bother at all with the offside line. And there goes Faison Donahoe, and that was just hands. That was good passing. For the man, not to the man. Faison Donahoe right into the corner.
Taking a look at the replay, he gets around the corner. Drexel unable to cut out that corner and started their drop step just too late. And the speed took over several phases. It took Kutztown to get to that point. It started from a successful set piece deep in their territory, taking the lead now.
Well, it's interesting, though, because in this game, Kutztown has blown out their opponents. But to only have 10 points with 2 minutes left in the first half is actually pretty low for the Golden Bears. It's a very nice kick from Sage.
Sorry. 12-0. Kutztown over Drexel right now. We did see Drexel hang around against James Madison yesterday. They really came back a little bit on JMU. So
I would think that getting to this Cup quarterfinal is a good confidence boost and make them think that maybe they were doing something right. And I think that's true. Big hit. Big hit on that, and another hit coming in the back end. And that's just straight power rugby. I think that's Hartman. Yeah, it's got to be Wes Hartman going in, and that was all set up by a big tackle and a clear out and forcing the turnover for Kutztown.
Drexel did well to field the ball cleanly, but the support was late, and the counter ruck by the tackler was able to produce the ball to Kutztown, and the defense was just not there, and the gap was wide open.
The kick is good. Sage with another kick, and suddenly it's 19-0. So maybe that's a little bit more what we expected from the Bears. And I like what Wes Hartman is doing. He is a major factor on their 15s team, but we're not seeing him a great deal because he's working the unglamorous stuff. He's just doing the work, making sure that he's using his teammates. There's Alex Faison Donahoe, gets a pass, fends off one tackler. And that was Colin Driscoll trying to take him down. Faison Donahoe has a nice long reach and just pushed him away. And Driscoll kind of shaking his head, but there's not much you can do when you just can't reach him. Faison Donahoe in for the try.
And that should take us to about half. And as soon as we see this conversion, Kutztown is in control now. Conversion attempt.
Nope.
Is no good. We're going to send it down
no
to
conversion.
We're going to send it down to Ryan. And how's it going down there?
Well, you know. Thanks, Ryan. And up here in the booth, actually, we have the Delaware coaching staff with Biddy Boyle and Strawn Murray. And Biddy, I did say that you might win this game, right? So I talked to you last night, so you got to give me credit, right?
Yes, I do.
right.
What I like about the tournament is, I told the boys today, is that it's a 2-day tournament. So it's actually, yesterday was one tournament, and then we seed ourselves 1 through 8, and today's a brand new tournament. And the kids believed what I said. So we focused on the first 7 minutes, and you could see that they had the confidence. I felt we were going to win. I told Coach Murray we were going to win. I really felt confident. We're a little banged up. I think we prepared properly for the first game, but they are a very good team. JMU is a very solid team.
I could tell you guys were playing with a lot of confidence. The speed was there, the passing was on, the defensive structures were there, so it was really looked good.
Strawn, how did you get them going early, cold morning?
I think like Biddy was saying, we talked about yesterday, and maybe we weren't fully ready for the first game against a good St. Joe's team. I think, we were in Vegas. JMU got to the semifinals. It wasn't very difficult to kind of get built up to play against a team that's had a great spring. So I think the guys just focused in and want to put their best foot forward, and then, the result would look after itself.
This game can be kind of a confidence game, and you guys built confidence in the first few minutes. They started to lose it. They started to get frantic and do some dumb things, frankly.
What we did with the players, we told them it's 7 minutes game, and then the guys on the sidelines had to prepare to play. We had to play players out of position because we're so banged up, but the players are ready to go in, and they accepted it. 7 minutes, regroup, 7 minutes, and that's the part about the team playing as a unit. The other thing is the new rule with the substitute. That's an advantage to us right now. I can take a player out and hold him and put him back if I have to.
What does a 2-day event like this do for you? Does it? I know it obviously prepares for greater tournaments and stuff, but it's got to be a different kind of approach to things in a 2-day tournament. Struan, how do you prepare for this?
I think it's more about the organization. So 1-day tournament, you can kind of go, all out, but also there's less gaps between each game. There's an end to the day. And the challenge in the 2-day tournament is you can't fully switch off at the end of day one. And you can't really look at the scoreboard. You've just got to know wherever you end up at the end of day one, day two's coming, and then you have to reset. And I think the big thing is, how do you keep some fun in it? Because it's tough enough playing one day and then you're tired. If there's some fun in it, which I think they showed there was some fun in the first game today, I think that makes it better. And that's just been the challenge throughout practice, getting them working, but also keeping them as lighthearted as possible.
Just cutting in here because Alex Guy for Drexel gets Drexel on the board. These guys are working pretty hard. It's a tough game against Kutztown. Kutztown had already put another try on in the second half. But
final question for both of you or either of you. How are you looking for the next game health wise? I saw a couple scrum half limping around a little bit. The guy took the shot to the back. How are you looking in the next one?
We're banged up.
Yeah.
But we brought down enough players that we're going to just use the younger players and the alternates. We are banged up, but that's no excuse. We can still do well today. But I think might be an advantage for us in the long run because the kids that are coming in, they have confidence now. You can see the guys we brought out on the field had confidence.
Yeah.
Where a week or two ago, it's not there. As we get going at these tournaments, we're getting better and better as a team.
That's great. Well, you got a great group of kids down there, great coaching. We appreciate your time coming up here, and good luck in the semis.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys. Well, I think we had a try from Trent Hensley from Kutztown, and then Alex and Guy going right down the sideline for Drexel. A really nice moment for him and for that team. But you see the size differential each time. It's just so obvious, really. There's Sage, there's Malafu, and there's one of their big guys down there on the wing. Malafu pops it back into Sage. Sage, the kicker, but he can run too. John Sage all the way through. Happy to get another try. And that was just some nice ball move. 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1, try.
1, 2, 3. Get the defense shooting out there quickly to try to cover out there. And I will say Drexel did a pretty good job getting out there to defend and cutting off the outside. But it takes an entire team effort to cover the entire field Kutztown is just so. We talked about their physical attributes, but they're skilled, high level skills too. It'll be great to see them under a little bit more pressure as we move forward, to see how those skills translate to that. But judging by their past history over the past several years, their coaching staff, I'm guessing that it's going to be just fine.
I do see Robert Stortz on the sideline limping a little bit. That's not good news for the Bears. And it is about saving resources, but also just sort of toughing up, as Biddy Boyle was talking about. You know, we're banged up, but we're going to work through it. The winner of this game is going to play Penn State in the semifinals at 1 o'clock Eastern. And Matt, have you seen so many tournaments where things are going off on time the way this one is? We were talking about games. We were ready early. We just had to wait for the game to start. Just rare.
No, it is rare, and this is what you get when you get a professionally run tournament by URugby. Great sponsors and Boathouse, City of Virginia, Virginia Beach, Eagles Nest, and all of it comes together to make an experience for the kids that is second to none. They appreciate it. They know it's going to be on time. They know how to prepare for their next match. So, no, you don't see it too often in the United States, but I'm glad to have seen it now, and it'll be a penalty against Drexel and Kutztown on the attack.
Man, to pass out. They just... All right, there's a little class in how to do it. You take the tap quickly, take a few steps, but they're still retreating, so you got some time. Then you stop and you look around and say, well, who isn't marked? Oh, there's the guy on the left. I'll pass to the guy on the left. Rather than just getting that tunnel vision, looking around, that's the way to do it. Kutztown fans, don't go away, because your team is back on the field right after this one with KU2 playing the Lehigh University Mountain Hawks in the bowl semifinals. So we're going to see Kutztown twofer, and in fact, the Kutztown 2 team is in the technical zone with the Kutztown 1 team right now, just sort of encouraging their teammates, their classmates. And then after that game will be the Heat Elite against Old Dominion in the other bowl semifinals. Everybody plays to the end, so the losing teams in the bowl semifinals will still be playing for the Shield. Winners will be playing for the bowl, obviously, and we also have a plate competition for the teams that won in quarterfinals. So if you saw your team and they lost earlier today, they're still playing, so come back.
I'm looking right now at Kutztown keeping their discipline and their focus. The game is in hand, but are they still keeping their structures? And it looks like they are. The communication is good. They're mucking up the middle while keeping the outside still covered. Drexel has a good bit of a possession here in this series. Let's see if they can maintain it. They've got numbers on the outside, and they've got a penalty. Kutztown diving over, and now Drexel on the attack.
Well, somebody's got to go with him. He's all alone there, the try-scoring guy. And that was Sense and Bloomfield. Mortimer digging it out. Guy again. Bukowski spins it back and just needed to grab it and not able to do it. And that is the ball game. So 41-7 for Kutztown. They move on to the Cup semifinals, and this is how it shakes out for the next couple of hours, so you know what's coming up. Next up, Lehigh, Kutztown 2, and then Heat Elite, Old Dominion. Those are the bowl semifinals. Then at noon, James Madison plays Stony Brook, and that is in a plate semifinal. And then St. Joseph's plays Drexel in the other plate semifinal. And then at 12:40, Delaware against Navy. That is the Cup semifinal. And 1 p.m., Penn State versus Kutztown. So, once again, from now on, we'll go Lehigh versus Kutztown 2. Then Heat Elite, Old Dominion at 11:40. Noon, James Madison against Stony Brook, plate semifinal. And St. Joseph's against Drexel at 12:20, plate semifinal. And then the Cup semifinals, 12:40, Delaware against Navy. And at 1 p.m., Penn State versus
is it
Kutztown.
green
And
light
then
on?
we'll go
Green
into
lights
the
on?
finals with the bowl final, the shield final, the plate final, third place game, and the cup final. Starting for Lehigh, you've got your props, John Shamandi Cook and Anthony Rivera. Your hookers, Ben Seiler.
Ready?
Scrum half, Ryan
Cut.
Cronin. James Wilkinson, fly half. Center, Zach Wilson. And on the wing is Patch Zorn and Kutztown 2. You got your starting lineup, Alex Duke, Troy Crow, Maxim Bennett, Vince Vitale, Andrew DeColey, Evan Anderson, Luke Harbison, and Ryan Ginty.
How you doing, Alex?
Doing well. How are you?
Good. Good to be back in the booth. Did a little bit of running around down there.
You
and
did a lot of running around down there. What do you think of that Delaware win?
The great win for the boys from Delaware. They're all pumped up for it. You know, they were talking about how, you know, they were the 7th seed. They got the 2nd. We didn't get the audio in the interview, but we will have that coming out. We just got it all sorted out and fixed for you. But, you know, great day of rugby. The weather is not the best. Last year it rained on us as well. But, you know, hey, we're here. We're live streaming. We got good pictures. I'd like to send a shout out to my crew that we got out there. Next Level Rugby. You got Orlando, Valentine, Brandon on the cameras. You got the guy right in the middle mixing it all, Tank. And then you got my man, Nicky Krisick. He's on the audio doing that good stuff and running around with a mobile camera for you so we can get these sideline interviews. But now we got a great game underway right now.
Well, a little bit of defensive pressure there from Kutztown 2. They penalized. Lehigh struggled mightily to get out of their own end. They don't have a lot of pace. They got to play with power. But, Ryan, if you play with power, well, there's the kick. That's one way to get some territory. If you play with power, you got to hold on to that ball.
It's a pretty useful kick. I mean, they got a good chase on. If they can pin the ball carrier, and they can't. That was three guys.
This is Crow. Troy Crow has been a pretty good attacker for Kutztown 2.
And now they got space out into the wing, but not a good pass. But now they're attacking, looking to split the defense.
Vitale into contact. Look how many people they got around that ruck.
If they tap and go quick, they should just be able to take this and swing it out wide, but they're
got to spin it.
A little slow coming out of their breakdown, setting themselves up. That would have been the time. I do like it when you see teams like Kutztown. They're very good at doing it when they have the tap and go. 9 times out of 10, they're going to set themselves up and run an attack and play. Lehigh doing it here, but in this situation, I just say go fast. And now they're going to come down the short side.
Well, there's your big runner. Not sure who that is, actually. That may be DeColey.
Nice pass back to the inside. High tackle not working. They're awful close to the try line here.
Lehigh not making much of an effort to roll away from the ball, and it cuts down to now getting it out there. Evan Anderson.
And that's going to be a nice try. So finally finding that space, getting the ball out there to that far try line, and rewarded for it.
Nicely done, and you know they pass well. You know they're not as big as the Kutztown first side. They're not as fast necessarily. They still can put together those skills. You can still put in the effort, and good direct passing gets them out on the wing. Try for Kutztown. Lehigh, they need to get away from that ball, reset quicker. They need to use their power in that counter ruck. We're just not seeing it right now. Kick's good.
So 4 minutes, just under 4 minutes in this opening half of this Lehigh versus Kutztown 2 team. Kutztown 2, it's got to be great. I mean, we know about their Kutztown 1 side, a lot of firepower, but the fact that these guys get to train with those talents and the depth that Kutztown has, I mean, no stranger to the rugby scene as far as like them being a powerhouse on the stage. 15s and in 7s. 7s definitely their specialty, I would say. You know, have a lot of success with that. And, you know, Doc Jones, great coach to have.
Really is. Scorer Maxim Bennett for Kutztown is the guy who went over playing hooker.
You have the option. Knocked on into touch. Scrum.
Yeah, so the ball knocks it forward and it rolls into touch, so you can choose. You can take the line out, you can take the scrum, depending on how it goes. And big, powerful Lehigh takes the scrum.
Offsides advantage coming.
And now Lehigh looking to see if they can do something with it.
Good tackle. He's going to poach that ball. I didn't get a good clear release, though.
Vince Vitale came in hard, does get penalized, but they're not going to let them go anywhere, really. And James Wilkinson now looking to see if he can do something. The guy with the pink socks. Well, hey, if you've got cool pink rugby socks, why not wear them? Wear them every day.
I like pink. Pink makes you look tan. It's a good color. I'm a little pasty Irish guy, so I wear pink as much as possible. So a great event here, put on by URugby. It's Steve Ciano and the crew from 4x3. That is their website design company, putting on a great display of rugby. We have been here, fortunate enough to cover all the URugby events and coming in and seeing it. And, one of my favorite things about it is just how much the kids actually enjoy these events.
They really do. And, getting a great venue, getting a place where they can recover and rest that's not just out in the rain or out in the blazing sun. So player welfare, a big deal. The events, the trophies. Just recognizing what these kids are doing and how hard they're working. The nice little wriggle out of problems was Zach Wilson, just somehow managed to stay in field. Now the touch judge says he got rolled off. But inching their way toward the halfway line is Lehigh.
So you guys up here, I'd like to thank you guys. Yesterday, it was a marathon session in the booth, as it usually is, isn't it, Alex, when we come out here?
Yeah. It just seems like, okay, another game to do. But it was good, and it went really smoothly. The tournament itself was going so smoothly. It was great. Everything on time. And
well, when you got Jim down there, you got him as the marshal. You don't want to cross Jim Ciano. He'll make sure it keeps it straight.
He's not going to brook any nonsense whatsoever.
So we're getting joined by the Drexel coach, Mike Perch. He's coming up here, so he's going to give us his insight. We met, they just got done off the field. Welcome to the booth.
Thank you. It's been a great tournament so far.
Well, how do you feel? What were your expectations for the Drexel team going into this one?
Oh, we knew it was going to be tough competition, but we know every game we play, we have to eliminate our mistakes, because these teams down here, they take every opportunity they can, and they score tries, right? Just naming the game. So, we had our mistakes. We played yesterday. We played in the morning. We played 2 good halves, but it happened to be in 2 different games, right?
Right.
So and in the last game, we played a good full 14 minutes. So, we knew it was good competition. We're preparing for the CRC this year, so, we're going to see a lot of these teams in about a month or so again.
It appears that when you play Kutztown, that they probably have about 100 pounds a man on you guys. Is it really that different? It just seems like they're so much bigger, and you've got small guys.
They are, and to be honest, most teams are, right? So
yeah.
We have, as a club and as a team, we have to understand that, like, who we're going against. We've been fortunate enough to play Kutztown. I think this was our 4th match probably against them in the past 3 weeks, So, I mean, we realize it, right? Sometimes, again, if you make those mistakes, they're going to take the opportunities, right?
When Drexel plays its best game, what are you doing right?
Defense, making our tackles, and then handling the ball. Just basically what any team's doing right when they play their best games.
All right.
Well, and so I think that's going to be it. End of the first half here. It's 7-5. We'd like to thank you for coming in and joining us in the booth. Good luck to you in your next match, and hopefully we see you guys out there.
Thank you. Yep.
All right, thanks a lot.
Yep.
Well, Lehigh got a try, and that was their second try of the tournament. They did get one in on St. Joe's and gave up about 61. So now it's a game of it at 7-5, and Ryan, they found a little bit of space on the outside and finally took it.
Yes, they did. It was a good step. We'll go back and we'll look at that try from the Lehigh boys real quick. You just see him stepping right out of this tackle, sweeper coming in, and just not happening. Straight through and went to the house there.
It's good. Missed tackles, always the attacking team's best friend. And I think interesting to see what Doc Jones has had to say to this team. And he's usually pretty sanguine about stuff and just saying, why don't we just play? Why don't we just play our thing? Play our game, move the ball the way we expect to, and not get flustered by the fact that we aren't getting in as far as possible and scoring 6 or 7 tries. So that sometimes the team gets into these expectations, and that's what gets under their skin. And we saw that with James Madison. They started to get frustrated. They started to get annoyed at themselves, and then started to do less than intelligent things as the result.
So now we're back underway. That's a big boy out there playing 7s for Lehigh, and then the ball's just into space and just left dancing around on the deck.
And that is Enrique Ribeiro just picking it up. Sorry, no, that's not Enrique Ribeiro. It's Evan Anderson picking it up and going through for the try. These Kutztown guys, they have different numbers depending on the color of the jersey they wear. And the kick is good. Well, they needed that. Get a little bit of a cushion. 2-score cushion now for Bears 2. And the winner of this game is going to play in the bowl final against the winner of Old Dominion against the Heat Elite.
The Heat Elite team, looking forward to them. Unfortunately, we weren't here. Half the crew, we had to ship back up to New York after we shot the show.
Pulling on.
So hold on. We had to ship back up to New York for that Old Blue Life game, which was fantastic. We're going to get that replay in here later for you. Get the first side of that. Old Blue taking down Life, securing their spot and their way to regionals. That's in the men's club D1/ARP. Oh, and a great try.
Alex Duke taking the tap. They're setting up a play, as you talked about, Ryan, and then instead he just turned around and saw that there was plenty of space for him to go in. No advancing defensive line from Lehigh into the try. And the kick is away. So it's 19-5 now for Kutztown 2. So you come down, you set up the tournament, then you floor it up to New York. And
shot a show.
Shot a show, yeah.
Shot a show, flew it back up to New York, and then we're just back. We rented an RV, so it made traveling a little bit easier, so we could pull over and catch some sleep. I'm running on about, I actually got 5 hours of sleep last night, so that was good.
That's a luxury.
Yeah, I was running on about an average of an hour and a half.
Minutes over.
Oh, the big boy into space, and he's moving. Got the stiff arm, but and just hands it right off into Kutztown, too.
John Shamandi Cook looking to see if he could somehow go all the way, and he was taken down. He's not feeling good. He's still on the ground. Hope he's all right. Trainer comes out to just check him out, and he's getting up now. And try. Kutztown.
Thanks, Dave.
That looks like that was Maxim Bennett again for his second. The big-haired hooker.
So Kutztown 2 on top of this Lehigh team. You know, boys out of Pennsylvania. Both teams, actually, coming out of by way of Pennsylvania. And, you know, this Kutztown team, let's talk through their day yesterday and what really impressed you about this Kutztown 2 team.
Well, I think that they continue to play the pattern that the first team plays. They're not just out here for giggles, and they know how to pass, they know how to follow and support, and they keep working hard, make some good tackles. So all the stuff that you want to teach a team. You know, if you put your Type 5 guys out to play some 7s for the spring, well, there are a lot of things you can learn from that, and one of the deals is, you know, some open field tackling and some passing and
it's funny, you get into some of these conversations, and especially some of your traditional guys. I'm not going to throw any nationality under the bus, but specifically the Irish guys.
Right.
They'll swear off 7s. I mean, 7's not a big sport in Ireland. You know, it's a 15s game. And, you know, talking to a couple of the coaches, and I'll put a caveat on that because Rob Conway out of Ireland, he's a big 7s guy now. But, you know, they just don't like it. I remember going back to when we had some of our meetings for the new CRC. Some of the coaches in there like, nah, we don't want to do 7s. We want to do straight 15s. And, I mean, two different games. I mean, you're playing rugby, but two completely different games.
They are different, but I don't get this whole thing, the idea that it's not traditional, because 7s has been around for over 100 years. And I played rugby in England in the 70s, and I played in 7s tournaments. I went to the Middlesex 7s and played in the old Albanian 7s. Okay. And my school had an annual 7s tournament.
Yeah, and Melrose, Scotland, the birthplace
Sure.
of sevens. That's those guys. An interesting story. They pretty much those guys wanted to play some rugby and going for the line out here.
They are, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. 2 minutes to go. They're down by 19. They're going for the line out.
So that's an interesting option for Kutztown there. Don't know why you'd choose that when you got the tap and go. But hey, maybe work on 24-5. You're up. Maybe you want to get your line out dialed in for the next match when they're playing. And now Kutztown, nice loop coming around, holding the defender just like he should, and he releases the man on the outside. And
That's a great line. That's a great looping move. Vince Vitale goes into the corner. He just is waiting for it. He knew it was coming, and maybe that was it. That they just wanted to let's work a play. Let's work the line out, and let's work our backline play off it.
So that's exactly what you want to do. We're talking from a coaching point of view. When you're coming around and you do that loop, it's to set the defense on their heels and set them down. So that way it releases the man on the outside. Great recognition. It's pretty much very similar to running it over, where you're coming in and you're pinning the guys on the outside and leaving the space and able to connect. And then you got to have the guy to finish it, and you did a great job of finishing it.
And Luke Harbison there with the kick, but he was the one who helped set that up as well. Misses the kick. 29-5. So those guys in Melrose, they didn't have enough players.
Yeah, they didn't have enough players,
Yeah.
I think, to play, and they wanted to run a tournament. So they said, hey, let's run a sevens tournament. And big success. Melrose, Scotland, the birthplace of sevens rugby. Thankfully, they have it. I love sevens. I love it even more now that I'm old and out of shape watching it. So, so it's definitely a great game. And we got a lot of teams here that, unfortunately, AIC didn't make it down this year. That was a great final last year, AIC versus Kutztown. But they weren't able to make it. So they got some other things they're set up, but they're getting ready to go into their USA Rugby National or Sevens Championship. And a nice job just cutting right through the defense.
And that is another try for Vitale. That is his second. Maxim Bennett's got 2 tries for Kutztown 2. Evan Anderson, Alex Duke, try scores. And looks like Kutztown 2 is going to take this, move into the the bowl final. They will play the winner of Old Dominion and Heat Elite, who are coming out on the field right now. A nice second half from Kutztown too, because they were not feeling too good about what they had at halftime. It was it tied, I think, 5-5. It might have been 10-5, but they weren't feeling too good about it, and a little bit sort of down. And you could see Doc Greg Jones just walked in and gave him some words of advice, which I think was probably along the lines of just do what you do and stop trying to score a try every single time you touch the ball. Just follow the pattern, and it'll come. And, of course, it did.
So we're looking at a couple of these tries from the Kutztown boys. And we got Matt Robinette coming in. Alex will be back. He's going to take a breather. Imagine that. You get a break today.
I do.
So he's got to take a break. Matt coming in knows about this Heat Elite team, so we're going to let him fill us in on what these guys got going on and what should we expect to see out of these boys.
Thanks, Ryan. They had a pretty good day yesterday along with Old Dominion. Old Dominion is from Norfolk, just right up the road, and the Heat Elite are from Hampton, just across the Chesapeake Bay. What I expect is the Heat Elite to try to spread and get to the outside, use their athleticism. And yesterday, their biggest struggle or where their biggest improvement is going to have to come is in the interior defense and keeping flat lines. Whereas Old Dominion, they've had some opportunities. They've got real speed on the outside, but we'll see how they deal with the speed of the Elite. They're much more aggressive, I would say, in contact and taking the space away. A little bit more. Should be 2 contrasting styles, at least to start out with, and I expect a good game.
Yo, you did not break that down good enough. So we don't even have to watch the game. Matt just told us pretty much everything, so let's watch as we get it underway.
Keep an eye out for number 11 on Old Dominion, Nick Wagner, and on the pink Elite side, TJ Smith had a great defensive day yesterday.
So
Sorry, we got a touch here, guys. Didn't see the flag. Got a touch back here.
all right, so referee all mic'd up, giving us a good view. We got our touchdowns down there. It was a good job of Heat Elite, though, being in the way, recovering the ball. Good tackle.
Blue
and just-
player went out. Blue player went out. Sorry.
All right.
Brian Kelly,
Only two blue.
referee,
Only two blue.
managing the game, not letting people walk into infractions or penalties.
Chicken dinner. I like the calls. But not the
No,
throw.
you're straight, buddy. Scrum. Thanks.
Chicken dinner. I like it. You got good chicken down here in the South.
They do. They do. Some great chicken and waffles if you ever have the opportunity to have that. And the Eagle's Nest has some great specials and appetizers too on chicken.
That's awesome. You know, we've been down here, although actually we really haven't been. We've driven down here and then left after we're done doing our job. We haven't hit Waffle House, but we're probably going to hit that on the way out.
I'm not saying Waffle House. I'm saying chicken and waffles. There's
Yeah.
some great home style cooking here in the South.
Crouch.
Let's see. Old Dominion
Fine.
has a pretty good depth in their
Set.
back line, although there's a lot of
Whenever you're
space
ready.
on the outside, and you can see the kind of difference
Leave 'em
between a
red.
Kutztown alignment
Good.
and Old
Ball's
Dominion. But the ball's out and still
Backward.
almost won and
That's
lost
knocked
there.
Knocked on by blue. Advantage. Red.
So now this is I like that man's a shifty dude. Hits it right back up into the big runner of Kevin Bass.
Kevin Bass was a defensive nightmare for teams yesterday.
That's
Tackle,
a
roll.
big body Ryan O'Hare too, huh, man? So now he elite with the guy sitting out here on the wing completely flat. Now they're looking for the kick through. I think they were trying to do that earlier, and he just tackles the guy right away. Yeah, you can't do that. Brian Kelly all over it. That's kind of funny. He's just hanging out here on the sideline. And as soon as the guy gets the ball, he doesn't get the ball, goes by and cracks him. So an under, and that's a ball carrier not reading the defense and setting his player up for a hit.
No doubt. And it seems like Old Dominion is playing right into Heat Elite's play. I mean, they're just running right into him. You have to spread this team out and force those gaps to open up.
So, yeah, playing a lot of rugby here in the middle
Roll
of the field.
blue.
Way offsides.
Yeah.
But Brian
You're
Kelly's
offside.
there.
11.
Old Dominion needs to get back quickly, or Heat Elite needs to go quickly. It's a speed game, and the more time you wait, the better the defense is going to structure up. As you see now, Old Dominion has everyone covered. Let's see if the Elite can make something of it. Did his job securing some defenders. Breaks through the gap. Looks like it's going to be our first score. He does ground it, and that is wearing number
19.
10. 19. Sorry, I thought it was 10.
That's Tyron Lunkins.
Well, that was finally some good ball movement. Sucked the defenders in enough to get so many blue jerseys in that one area where a nice dummy pass opened up a gap, and Tyron was able to make the burst and ground it for 5 points. So now the Elite
Whenever you're ready.
will restart.
So not the best kick, but not taken by anybody. Finally, Spencer Mitchell cleans it up. Now they got a little bit of width on their attack and get the ball out. Oh, nice. Almost got away there. Smart heads up play by Heat Elite, knowing the ball was out. And that's little not too careful with the ball here.
No, not too careful with the ball, either team, but Elite is keeping them down in this end of the field, and with a lead and clock ticking away, that's a positive thing.
We got 100 by 70 meters, but it appears that we're using a box that's about 25 by 15 meters to playing rugby in so far in this game.
Yeah, it looks a lot like 15s with 7 people.
Knocked on by blue.
Ryan, I want to thank Visit Virginia Beach. URugby Virginia Beach, featuring the ACRC7s, would like to thank Visit Virginia Beach for their generous support. Virginia Beach is the #1 vacation destination in the state of Virginia. With miles of beautiful beaches, museums, history, and year-round activities, Virginia Beach is a great place for your next vacation, convention, or special event. Go to visitvirginiabeach.com for more information.
Bye.
It's been a beautiful weekend. The weather really isn't a factor here early on in the day. However, it is scheduled to deteriorate a bit as the day goes on. Heat Elite, aggressive in offense right now. They have a 2-on-1 on the outside. Good defense from Old Dominion to cover those gaps, and now referee says it's backwards. Elite now with numbers on the outside, unable to quite get it out there. It looks like it's going to be a clean steal for Old Dominion. Monarchs now on the attack. Let's see if they can finally break midfield.
Work.
Could have a 2-on-1 if they want it. Good setting up that. And now does he have the pace to get around to the outside? Runs into the defender. Releases. That seems to be good. And then we have a knock on there from Old Dominion. You can bring players back on after a substitution with the way the new regulations are set up for sevens rugby. You get 5 subs, but you can shift them in and out, which is a good thing because you could save your players for throughout the day. And in an event like this where you're playing such high-level talent, you need everybody you can get. And it lets you adjust to what the other team is trying to do. Heat Elite win and break a tackle. That was nifty moves from the Elite. Monarchs
Red
tried the counter ruck. They have a penalty advantage to Elite. Finds the gap. Has an offload. Looks like he's going to get the corner. He had one to beat, but he lost his footing. TJ Smith with the try, and that's going to result in a yellow card to Old Dominion Kevin Marley for the late hit after the try, and frankly, there is no place for that here today. It's good competitive rugby. Heat Elite did everything they could to set that try up, and Marley just showing his frustration by hitting TJ Smith a little bit late brings the score to 10-0. Elite up to, that should conclude the first half as soon as this conversion is taken. Conversion is no good. And that brings us to halftime with the Heat Elite leading 10-0. And Old Dominion going into the second half, a player down for 2 minutes. I'd like to invite you to stick with us today. We've got some really great rugby ahead of us. Next up will be James Madison facing off against Stony Brook, followed by St. Joe's and Drexel. And then for the Cup semifinals, Delaware Navy.
Ooh.
Yeah, Penn State Kutztown.
Yeah.
Talk about pedigree, Ryan.
Let's get it going, right? Let's get it going. Them Cup semifinals, that's what it's all about. You come in the first day, you kind of get your bearings, figure out the form, and then when you come into day 2 and in the championship, hopefully you've done well enough to put yourself into a good seating, so that way you're playing for a cup, because that's the goal when you get here. And then you work those matchups overnight. And the big thing about tournament play is keeping your guys healthy. We have a trainer down here. We got a great training staff down here. But these teams that roll in with their own trainers, it's extremely important. I know AIC, one of the teams that I talk with Josh Macy a lot about there. I mean, the management of injuries and the management of the performance of the athletes, that's some next level stuff. And that's where you see the real good programs that have it. And one of the biggest things is just having the bandwidth. Being able to have the bandwidth and the personnel to put that together, because not too many teams can do that. Like at University of Hartford, I'm coach, I'm sort of the trainer, I'm the forwards, everything. One-man band as we got going. But some of these other programs are fortunate enough to have a good staffing and good funding.
Yeah, I agree with you, Ryan. And we talked a little bit earlier when the quarterfinals for the Cup were taking place about some of the adversity some of these teams are dealing with directly related to numbers of players. Kids had to go back home to take some exams or stuff like that, or injuries. So, but they do have the wherewithal and the numbers to be able to address that, and the talent that they do have on the pitch.
Good dummy, and he's away to the house. That was fantastic work. This is going to be a good one. Brian Kelly catching him, the only man that can tackle him right now. We get a tight shot coming in as he's scoring.
Ricky Rogers Jr. with the great cut inside, fracturing that Old Dominion defensive line, taking it about 70 meters for the try. Misses the conversion, 15-0. Heat Elite on top of Old Dominion, and that is the opposite of how Old Dominion was hoping to start not only the game, but that half, playing a man down and just unable to close those gaps. And just one cutback. When your hips are turned like that, that cutback is so dangerous when you have pace and speed, and And once you break that line with 6-on-7, it's usually going to be a nice break. Good take from Old Dominion and good defense from the Elite. That's a great backline set for the offense. Took a little longer.
Look
to
at
get the ball
the
down.
defense. It's just so fragmented. I mean, they have the gentleman that's just hanging out there and a good angle, and you're not going to get it. He's turned the corner. Are they going to get him? Nope. And it's just looked a little lazy on that defensive structure. So we see going back into the replay.
Try by Nick Peaches Wagner for Old Dominion. Much needed try. He found the corner, but you're right. Heat Elite's defense was very fractured, and we saw a lot of that yesterday as they get tired throughout the match. Big one for Old Dominion. 5 minutes remaining. They're down by currently two scores. I think he needs to have a little bit of urgency here to get this ball back in their possession.
4 minutes and 54 seconds the clock reads. Obviously, the ref has the real time down there, and that's not going to do it.
And these professionally run tournaments are so good. Ball is already at midfield. They're ready to play. There is no waiting for the guy to walk back with the ball like you see in some tournaments around the country. URugby ACRC7s, Virginia Beach, they do it's really professional. They do a really good job.
So sign up. If you're at home watching, you're wrong. You should be playing in this tournament, although we did max out the 12-team format. So, and now a free kick coming?
It was a penalty for some reason. They've got their seventh player back on the pitch, and he just taps and goes, finds the gaps, and exploits them. I'm not sure exactly what that penalty was for. I could not hear the referee, so there was some infraction at some point. And Old Dominion, right off the bat, they're right back in this one. Centered try, 10-15.
So I'm sitting here and I'm saying, hey, if you're not playing in this tournament, you're wrong. We didn't bring our boys down. We brought them down last year. Didn't have the funding to bring the whole team and get them down here this year. But shout out to my boys watching at home, tearing it up yesterday. They were killing it in their tournament. Pool play, undefeated. They met an Oswego State team that was just really good. Kevin Morgan on it. But then they went and they waxed the team 35-0, taking home the plate. Shout out to them. And then also to my wonderful girlfriend at home. I love you, babe. And it's been a long road, and I'll see you soon.
There's a mistake by Old Dominion. Congratulations to Hartford for their success. And I guess congratulations to your girlfriend. I haven't known you that long, so. So it's going to be a free kick now to the Heat Elite. And now they have, I'm counting 6 players, so someone got binned on the Elite, and that's where the penalty came from earlier. But a mistake by Old Dominion, giving possession, just under 3 minutes remain.
So that might have been TJ Smith. He's sitting there on the sideline, got his scrum cap off. For now, 12-5, and they're away. Old Dominion's away. I mean, Heat Elite look to be. I'm glad to see that we finally opened up this game, and there's some good running going on now.
That was the Old Dominion bin player, Marley, and now if Old Dominion can produce this ball, they have the numbers on the outside.
Oh, nice offload.
Nice cut back in, and Old Dominion takes the lead with that move. That was excellent ball handling. They got the ball through the hand. The Elite were continued to be fractured on defense, and Old Dominion were able to exploit it with just over 2 minutes. So they take the lead 17-15, and now he's going to take his time for real.
Yeah, that's a smart move. That's a big boy playing sevens. Oh, he gets the unkind bounce off the post. Never a friend of yours.
No, and that's an important 2 points because any penalty, let's say within 35 meters, if you go for points, it could be an 18-17 game. This is an important restart. Heat Elite are still in it. They get their sin bin player back on the pitch, so they're at full strength for the last minute and a half.
So this Heat Elite team is going to need to get the ball out wide. You know, they got some big boys on this team for Old Dominion, so you'd think maybe hit it straight up, suck them in. You know, it's up. There it is. I mean, that's not ideally what you'd want to do, but I mean, there's 3 guys at that breakdown now, and with the penalty advantage coming. But we just knew that's kind of the straight up the middle how they're playing it. Oh, nice dummy, and then it's to the house. That's gonna be the man, Ricky Rogers Jr., and he's just gonna come in, and Old Dominion's not gonna be able to stop him as he takes his time. And that ladies and gentlemen, that is a big-time play that was needed.
That was Ricky Rogers Jr.'s second long try on a very similar move where he just cuts it back in, and Old Dominion's defense was just slow getting to cover those gaps, and he converts the kick 22-17. Old Dominion needs a converted try to tie it.
So 40 seconds left. They're going to have to move here. You know, Heat doing a good job just slowing it down.
I want to thank all the ball boys and girls. They've been fantastic all weekend, and it takes a lot of people to make something like this happen. So we appreciate Virginia Beach High School Rugby helping us out this weekend. And now Old Dominion on the attack. Nice little dummy step inside, and they one to beat. Just keeping him in the corner is going to be pretty good, and it's a try, Old Dominion. But it's not centered. This could be the last move of the game, and everything is right. Was that tied up now?
So I got 17-22 on my scoreboard here as we see the replay. Great job. Kicks haven't been the best, but it is 22. This is a final, so we are going to have to see overtime here.
Yeah, this young man for Old Dominion, number 1, Ryan O'Hare, he does have a boot on him. We saw him. He hit the upright on the last one, but it had some heat on it. So let's see what young Ryan O'Hare has in his drop kick bag of tricks.
That's not going to do it.
That's the end of regulation, and it looks like we're heading into overtime for the right and privilege to play Kutztown 2 for the bowl.
Just when you think Heat Elite has come in, you know, they had 30 seconds left on the clock to defend, to keep them just out, you know, and they just couldn't get it done. Old Dominion just takes them down the sideline, stretches it, and then takes it the distance with a good run. And it's just, you know, the structure, I mean, it comes down to just both these teams. It's the defensive structure is just not set out there. Heat Elite's playing a lot of defense from behind. You know, they're not setting themselves up. One of the big things, you know, get rested when you're on the defensive line. Don't rest as you're coming up or you're playing it out. You know, take that time, set up, really dedicate yourself to that. That's the thing that as a coach that'll drive you nuts as a coach.
Yeah, I was thinking while you were just speaking about you have to execute while you're tired. And that's one of the opportunities that this game of sevens gives you. It just pushes you to that limit, and you have to push past that. And what a great feeling when you do push past that limit. What a great feeling for Old Dominion to make that break, and then frustration on the elite side not getting up there and pushing past that limit. That said, it's a tie game, anyone's game at this point. So
victory, yeah.
Old Dominion
Sudden
will
victory,
be
first score wins, yep.
sudden victory, first score wins. You just heard Brian Kelly, referee, say that. I hope you did. And Old Dominion will be kicking to the elite.
Blue captain.
So no clock on this one, or a 5-minute clock, but first score takes it.
So possession, everything. Really, this Heat team's got to take care of the ball. They can't be throwing it around on the deck. Look to reset into the ruck. That'd be great too.
And right. Oh, intercept. It's going to be an intercept try for the win. That was Nick Peaches Wagner, number 11 for Old Dominion, just off the fingertips of a Heat Elite player. Heads up awareness from Peaches to burst onto it. Intercept try. Old Dominion moves on to the bowl final to face Kutztown 2. That was a big win for Old Dominion. It was not the prettiest of their games. They were competitive in pool play yesterday. It was just a very difficult pool. Really good teams in there. So they'll be moving on to the bowl final. And next up we have Jamestown University. The Dukes are in purple against Stony Brook, who are in their white and red. URugby Virginia Beach would like to thank Boathouse Sports for its generous support. Really sharp gear here, too. Thank you, Boathouse. Boathouse is the leader in custom team gear and athletic wear, including team jackets, sports uniforms, and other clothing. Please check out boathouse.com for more information.
We'd run you their video, but we don't have time. That thing runs a little bit long here. These matches going back to back to back. So we're getting our crew a little bit of food right now so they can relax. I'm going to take a break. We got Alex Goff back in the booth. We're going to let him finish eating first before he comes up here. We're going to let him do that. He's going to be back to take on this Stony Brook. We're going to run down to the sideline so that way we can get some good sideline action and we hear what's going on. We'll get that camera up for you.
All right, well, Stony Brook against James Madison. These two teams lost in the quarterfinals of the Cup competition.
Stony Brook, Captain.
This will be
Right,
a plate semifinal. Let me just see here.
So nice high kickoff. Good job, Stony Brook coming in. Up. I said good job, but a lot of good pressure from this team from JMU.
All right, Stony Brook is continuing with their ball handling problems from their earlier match. James Madison attempting to get the steal, and it is a clean turnover. Clean turnover, and
Their way.
James Madison penalty. James Madison on the attack with numbers on the outside. Just a little knock on there. Referee Patrick Brenner calls the knock on, and it'll be a scrum to Stony Brook.
That's Alex Goff back on after getting my lunch break. You know, it's Virginia. I gotta have some ham. That's basically it. What about you get an overtime game finally?
Yeah,
And,
it was an interesting game the way that game ebbed and flowed. One team would score, the next team would score two, and then there'd be a lull.
Yeah.
And
some tactical awareness issues for Hampton Heat, I think. That ball squirts out the back of the scrum and rolls dead. Referee says, let's do a 22 dropout. James Madison is a team that seems to have been struggling with their emotions a little bit today. They weren't quite ready to fire on all cylinders in the quarterfinals. We talked to Biddy Boyle and Struan Murray, the coaches from...
yeah, that wasn't really a drop kick.
This is an interesting thing, is that you've got a situation where some players who are playing sevens, they've never had to deal with a 22 drop kick, 22 dropout. They don't know what to do. And sometimes they get confused and they start thinking
On the line.
it's a free kick or a tap or something like that. So
Crouch.
here that they took it incorrectly. The kick didn't cross the
That's
line,
fine.
which is what it
Knocked
has to
on by
do. So
blue.
it ended up being a scrum to James Madison.
Quinn on the attack. I would like to see him attack that a little bit more and take somebody on. He's been kind of trying to be a setup man where his game is really speed and power. Stony Brook takes it in. Nice offload in contact. He has the outside, cuts it back in, and looking for the long pass. I'd actually like to see the referee say it's a drop kick.
Yep. Although I've been in a situation where you say that, but they're just not they're not listening.
Right.
They're not understanding.
And I can understand that too. It's a lot of pressure. You're tired. You're running all over the
Somebody's
place.
yelling at you. It's a drop kick. Do a drop kick.
It was just knocked on by Stony Brook, so it'll be a scrum to
Here we are. Crouch.
James Madison.
Bind. Set.
Dukes are lined up strong side to the left side of the field, and they have the space, and they do a little loop maneuver, cuts it back in. Again, I'd like to see that cut outside a little bit. Finds a gap, nice sidestep, looking for the support. Is he going to make it? He does. It's going to be a try. James Madison University, number 5.
Would that be Federico Mirson, the fly half? He's been a guy who's been scoring quite a bit for them. Tries, also kicks the conversions. JMU really got annoyed with themselves losing that game against Delaware. And a really ill-advised late off-the-ball hit by Mo Katz kind of scuttled that team. He had just tried to score, and the ball had been knocked out of his hands. He was angry. He ended up hitting somebody off the ball, got yellow carded for it, and that was pretty much it for the game. And I think that cost them. And Katz has been playing very well, but got to keep those emotions under control. Channel them the right way. There's Sheridan for Stony Brook. Plays prop and lock for them in 15s. And, he's an effective runner of the ball, but he held on to the ball there, was isolated, and he's about to get yellow carded for walking away with the ball. And he puts his hands out like, oh, I didn't do anything. Yeah, he did.
James Madison quick taps it, and looks like they're going to get a try.
And Declan Costello. There's been a Declan Costello sighting. He gets the try in the corner. And that was just very, very smart, quick. You identify the space and quick tap,
Just
JMU.
Quickly looking at the replay. Good hands to the outside. Nice cut back in, and then an offload as he was going down. And that all came from the penalty from Stony Brook. And it's an unconverted try. Oh, wait, no, sorry. He's about to take the kick.
Nearson's good kicker. He gets and that he snakes that one in. Somehow that curved through. It was not the prettiest kick in the world, but it's 2 points regardless. And 14-0. Commanding lead for JMU.
Ball!
Waiting for the ball to be put in. The ball boy is realizing that he's got a job to do.
Oh, and the other ball boy is coming on the field. I just gave you a shout out, guys. Tighten up.
Good take by Mahoney. Now Stony Brook's got to make something work. They're still being very lateral.
And they had a really good opportunity there. And look at James Madison's defense. They're up and back. It's not a solid line. They have opportunity. They just need to work it out. And that's going to be a steal.
And,
intercept try.
I think it's a little bit unfortunate. Referee was unsighted as Maloney passed off. He was horse-collared. Kind of would have been a penalty to Stony Brook, but instead it's the turnover, and Katz comes in and scores.
Intercept try. They just lofted it up, and Katz, we've seen him all weekend stand in those passing lines. He converts his own try to bring the score to 21-0, and he, like I was saying, Alex, he just is in those passing lanes. That's part of his
ready? Water's off.
Game.
He's aggressive. He gets in the way of things. He hits people hard.
It's good recognition on that kick, and really good recognition from Stony Brook to get it out quickly, and now they're on the attack.
And it's Quinn and Maloney. Back to Quinn.
Opportunity.
Oh, the kick, and it's there for him. But again, we've seen this an awful lot as the half ends. The kick is rolling, and the players are going to try to grab it when it's down around waist level or below. And what you need to do is kick it ahead one more time and let it get that really big popping bounce that just rests into your hands.
Delay the quick tap.
The referee has been asked to explain the yellow card. Fairly clear. He says, delaying the quick tap. It's pretty clear. The penalty's called against you, and you stand up and you walk 2 or 3 steps carrying the ball, and then you drop it and let it roll away. That's you think you're being subtle about it. You're not actually being subtle about it. And it's interesting to me here. The players that feel the pressure to be the leader, and sometimes they do things that hurt their team. And James Sheridan is a leader on this team. He's a terrific player. Oh, he did something because he's trying to make something happen, and he's trying to. He's taking that all on his shoulders, and he ends up doing something that gets him a yellow card. Mo Katz, previous game, same sort of situation. He's taking things upon himself, and then ends up blaming himself instead of just being part of the team and thinking, well, somebody's going to pick me up.
One sub. It's all you know. One sub.
And Alex,
no subs, nothing.
You hit on a great point. And at some tournaments, maybe that's not called. But when you start moving up in this level of tournament, you start getting higher rated referees who aren't going to tolerate slowing down a speed game. And it's going to result in a card. Where in some game, he may have done that before, and it looks pretty innocuous, even on film. But it's slowing an attack down.
You see some players get away with it on the international scene, England, but for the most part, it's not tolerated because it's slowing the ball down, killing the ball. What a great take there by Jed Hendrickson for Stony Brook. Dishing it off, the bouncing ball, he managed to somehow control it, managed to offload it, and there's Hendrickson again, and out to Maloney, keep mentioning his name, try to Stony Brook, and the comeback begins now. That was very, very nice by the Seawolves right off the kicker.
Yeah, that was good. JMU let it just bounce around a little bit too much, and then Stony Brook were able to take advantage of it. passing in contact, finds the outside man, quick sidestep, and a try awarded.
Yep.
Tom Barkley, I think. Not sure if that is actually Tom Barkley.
Well, that's big for Stony Brook just to get on the board right on the half. It gives them an opportunity now to compete. James Madison, that's one of those easy mistakes. You just can't let it fall, and I think that goes back to communication. So Stony Brook to restart. They've got 3 on either side of the kicker, so options all around, and they're going to choose to go left. Nice high kick, fielded cleanly. Pretty good defensive structure, but then he finds the gap.
And that was great stuff where you running laterally and then just see that gap and up through the middle you go. And that's Christian Montreal. Speedy guy. He's playing hooker. We see a lot of pace in the hooker position right now. And Montreal just answers.
James Madison brings it to 28, and you can see on the replay what a nice stride Montreal has. Nice long stride. He's opened it up, and no one's going to catch him after that.
Yeah, he's holding the ball in 2 hands, looking for the pass. Then when the gap is there, he tucks it in and just goes. Looking for a place in the plate final is James Madison. Stony Brook, a little bit frustrated, I think. Certainly with giving up that one. Quinn now trying to pass it and a little bit ahead of Hendrickson.
Just a matter of finding your target, getting your eyes around, and finding the target. That was interesting there. Nothing. Referee doesn't call anything. I think the line might have been set, or at least it was out of the playing enclosure. Line out to James Madison.
Play advantage, purple.
Offsides advantage to JMU.
Well, there's Montreal now. Dishing it. And offside. Stony Brook just coming straight up on that line out. The tap. And the try. And Mearson says, let's just make it really simple here. And he goes over.
You can see on the replay how James Madison took advantage of the quick tap penalty right there, and now he just does a dummy step, cuts inside. Sheridan had his feet planted a little bit too solidly. The quick move inside results in a try. So it's 33-5 in this plate semifinal.
So my apologies on the name of that breakaway try before. Wasn't actually Montreal. It was Chris Marcelin. The 4 and the 6 looks very similar to me from that distance, so apologize for that. They're both not particularly tall guys, and that kind of got me confused. But it was actually Chris Marcelin who made the breakaway try and was also involved in running and setting up that next try with his run while Stony Brook was offside. He's off the field now, so that's why I wanted to say his name now.
Stay. Nope.
Not happy with the wheel. Anytime you see a wheel that violently turn, it's just really difficult to manage through that. Stony Brook now has opportunity. They need to get something going here late in the game, and they find the outside. Does he have the pace to get around? JMU, nice corner flag to slow that down. Good offload from Stony Brook. And just a mistake there. I want to welcome Old Dominion University coaches Mike Heron and Brian Dyer to the booth today. Thanks for coming up, you all, and congratulations on your bowl semifinal win in overtime, our first overtime of the weekend. How'd you do it, and what'd you think of the game?
Well, the heat always brings athleticism, so we did it by some lucky breaks, actually, and capitalizing on them at the very end of the game. But coming from behind in a game like that against the athletes that these have, it's a good feeling for us. Most of the scoring that our team made were by our regular top players. Our captain was the one that snagged that ball at the end of in sudden death. Nick Wagner.
Yeah,
he's a heck of a 7s.
12.
Guys showed really good composure. They didn't seem to get down on themselves when they were down on the scoreboard. and continue to play.
Yeah, I think the real difference in playing the Heat is you really have to press them on defense, and that was where our breakdowns were.
Yes or no?
On offense, we needed to move the ball better, and we started to do
7
that
on?
as the game wore on. But
That's
as
3.
You guys saw the game. It seemed like the first 3 minutes of the game we were playing defense the whole time. The Heat did a good job of possessing the ball, and we just couldn't poach it in that first 3 minutes.
Brian, it looked like the Heat Elite were just trying to bottle you guys up in the middle and then trying to exploit the outside. And as your defense was shooting over, they were able to just have that jab step. And one of their quick players did it twice. What did you tell them on how to defend that, how to close those spaces?
Speed's what we got to focus on with defense. The main thing was covering the man. They weren't covering; they were more covering the space. On this one, these guys, they're athletes. You got to stick on your man. We didn't go for our sweeper system like we traditionally do because this team doesn't technically kick on us. And we put everything forward with having all 7 players press hard with these guys just to force them to make a move. And unfortunately, they were, made 2 moves on us and cost us 2 tries, but they recovered and were able to come back.
You play Kutztown 2 in the final, in the bowl final.
And we've already played.
Yeah, and you already played them.
We played them last year as well.
Yeah.
We missed a drop kick right in front of the goal, and we lost 14-12 against Kutztown 2 last year. So we know them well. We've played Kutztown's A team here, and it's a heck of a program. Our guys are really looking forward to it. We're a little dinged up, as always happens on the second day. So although I know Kutztown lost, their 2 team also lost a number of players. So I think both squads are gonna go into this next match fairly lean.
Well, congratulations to both of you for your nice
guys.
showing here at your quote-unquote home tournament just a little bit down the road. We're glad that you were able to attend, and we're glad that Old Dominion University gets some great exposure this weekend. Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
James Madison went away with the game against Stony Brook to a tune of 40 points to 5. And our next plate semifinal will have Drexel facing off against St. Joe's.
That blow by James Madison, that was a bit of a surprise, to see them win by that much. I'm sure they weren't happy with losing to Delaware, and that's what happens in the sort of cup quarterfinals. You get upset in the cup quarterfinals. What's great about a sevens tournament is you do have another chance to redeem yourself. Winning the plate is a big deal, and in a way of proving, we really deserve to be up there in the top 4, and you got to show it.
Stony Brook, I give them all the credit in the world. They came out here. They were firing on all. Yesterday they had a really good day. Today they wasn't ideal for them, but they came and showed well, and they showed why they're one of these nationally recognized and ranked teams, and why they will continue to be. It was great to have them here Friday night. It was great to have your discussion with the coach for Stony Brook, and congratulations to them. But James Madison moves on, and we have a knock on there, and we are underway with Drexel facing off against St. Joe's. That was a good kick. I like Drexel's idea of putting them deep.
Crouch.
And referee wants the spacing correct.
Set.
Drexel with the clean win. Have the outside. Does he have the pace? Good defense from St. Joe's, giving a little drop step and letting them run into it. St. Joe's now. Excellent work there. St. Joe's. Kistigian. He did good there to kick it up, and nice work from St. Joe's player. He cuts it back
George
in.
Harris.
Oh.
Getting grabbed around the neck. And he rolls over. Looks like that was all right, but Max Kiplinger maybe got away with something there, grabbing him around the collar. Still a bit of mayhem. Dogs and cats living together. Mass hysteria. Michael McGee scored a try. And a good try from St. Joseph's. And we're joined here now by the Lehigh University coach, James Wilkinson. Come on in, James. Take that and hold that up there, and
Thank
that's
you.
good. And James, kind of a tough road to hoe for you guys. A lot of work to do, I guess. So how did you feel about the weekend so far?
Felt pretty good. We knew coming down here that a lot of these teams are much stronger than us. We're mostly a 15s team, and it's tough for us to get the commitment in the spring. And we don't actually have a spring coach because our coach lives out in California and is only around for the fall. So a lot of our 7s practices have all been done with ourselves and smaller practices, so we haven't really been able to get all the work in. So this is basically where we come to practice and learn how to do the things we need to do to get better and become a team that can compete here.
James, you were playing in Enscrow just a couple years ago, weren't you? Did you guys play in the championship event up in Philly a few years back?
Possibly.
Okay.
I'm only a junior, so I don't know that far back.
Gotcha.
I know my freshman year there was a couple 7s tournaments we played in, but I didn't attend those.
Great.
And then last year we were in the Philadelphia tournament and our conference tournament.
What do you think about this atmosphere, this event, this tournament, URugby ACRC7s in Virginia Beach?
I think it's really cool. We like the idea of being able to take like a longer trip to come down here and do this, and we like the opportunity to play against all these teams and see some of the great players and hopefully improve and compete with these guys in the future.
So you're getting some game experience, something that you could build on and say, now you remember how this happened and what that team did against us and how we responded. I mean, that's something you can't replicate on the training field.
Yeah, and we were watching last night. We went back and looked at some of the feeds from our games, and there was actually a moment in the first game we played against Kutztown.
Come on, guys, faster to the mark, please.
Said that it was trial by
Crouch.
fire, and that's pretty much what it is. Like,
Bind.
out there who, one of them started playing 2 weeks ago.
There you go.
And he actually scored the try in our game early today. So, like,
that's nice.
That's
That's good.
Very young and rookie players.
Do you have guys who have experience in high school, or what's your experience playing?
I played when I was younger. I used to live in England, and then when I moved to the US, I stopped. We have a few kids who played in high school. Two kids from Malvern who were like 7s champions when they were there, and a Canadian. And then we're missing. We've got a lot of injuries right now, so we're missing our Botswana and fly half, who's really a big loss.
It's I tell you, it's a testament to your team and your character that you're out here taking your lumps, frankly, but still competing. I never saw a give-up mentality. Everybody was still attacking. Everybody was still doing their, putting the work in to be successful. So congratulations on that aspect of it. Hopefully you get back and get better, and this is one way to do it. Appreciate your time.
Yes.
All right, thank you, James.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So second try from St. Joe's, and that will bring the score to 12-0 until the conversion attempt, which is straight on. He has 45 seconds to take this, and 15s, it's 90 seconds. So he signs up, and the conversion is good. 14-0. St. Joe's takes the lead. It's about 2 minutes remaining in the first half. So, St. Joe's to restart. Conversion was made by Jimmy Wolfer, the captain, scrum half. Nice, beautiful kick, nice and high, able for his team to get under it. Good on Drexel, though, to try to get back and cover that, and they have the numbers on the outside. Attacks the middle, sidestep in. It's going to be Tom Curran with a nice break off the kickoff one. It was a beautiful kick and a beautiful restart from St. Joe's.
I was just reminiscing with James because it turns out he used to live in the town next to the town I lived in, and he and I actually played for the same club as a youth, played for Old Albanians in St. Albans in Hertfordshire. So that was actually pretty cool.
That is cool.
So,
well, St. Joe's is taking a commanding lead here. It is 19 points to none at the time being till the conversion is attempted here. And we're joined in the booth now with James Madison University players. How y'all doing? Good to see you. I'm Matt. Eric, good to see you. Mo, good to see you. I'm going to have you grab a mic here and make sure you put it up to your mouth so we can hear you. Well, I know it's not the outcome that you guys were looking for, but yesterday was a really good run for James Madison. We were super impressed up here with all the play. And then today you kind of ran into a Delaware team who was super inspired. So overall feelings about the tournament, overall feelings about how you all did.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday we came down here with a mission to go 3-0 and, you know, put ourselves in a good position to go into the playoff day today. And we accomplished that yesterday. And obviously, you know, we came up short in today's game. You know, Delaware came out firing, and credit to them. And, you know, we didn't execute the things we needed to, and we left a couple of tries on the board, which is always disappointing. But we're hoping to finish strong today. You know, every time we step out on the field, we'd like to, you know, set the tone for our play and set an example. So we're going to try to bounce back from that loss, and luckily we were able to a little bit in that Stony Brook game.
And Eric, playing a full day of games on Saturday and then rebounding, playing a 2-day tournament, it's different from playing a 1-day tournament. How do you guys handle it? Do you feel in retrospect it worked well because you didn't have that great a game the first time?
Obviously, you know, playing a 2-day tournament, it's pretty grinding on our bodies, but I think from 1 to 12, we have decent players that can fill in, and our depth, I'm pretty happy with it. Unfortunately, we have some players that are out right now, but like I said, through the depth of our squad, I think that we can overcome those grinding.
All right.
Mo, you seem like a super aggressive player, and I really like that about you. And your motor's always going, but it seems like sometimes your emotions might get the best of you. That's not really a criticism. It's just something I recognize up here. Is that something that you know that you have that you try to control?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely take pride in trying to be a high intensity player. I think that, you know, when you set the tone and it's kind of contagious within the team, that sort of aggressiveness and absolutely it'll get the best of me. And I'll be the first to admit that. And I need to be better at, you know, choosing when my opportunities are to be aggressive and when I need to, you know, control myself, you know, swallow that pill essentially, and kind of get back to work.
And again, it may come off as a criticism, but I thought your intensity level really, like you said, lifted the entire intensity of the team, but then a couple times it just got a little bit negative. James Madison University rugby and the growth of it in the past 4 years, I guess, since Lambourne arrived. Yeah. What a great story. You all, the national championship, D2 sevens, good playoff runs in both 15s and 7s. What is it like to be a part of something like that? And like, what kind of legacy do you hope to leave at James Madison?
Yeah, so I was here when Mark got here, and he came in with a 4-year plan, and that was get out of D2. And obviously we succeeded with that. We ended with the D2 national championship. And right now we're just trying to make our name in D1. And this will be my last year, so in terms of legacy, I want us to continue to thrive in D1, hopefully make the same impact we made in D2. And ultimately, the goal is through the school. Let's move it up.
Advantage over.
You got to take a lot of pride in that, right? You know, where you've come, and even, you know, getting into the D1 AA playoffs and winning a game, and you know, not just making up the numbers.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, when we put on the James Madison jersey, it's kind of wearing a badge of honor. And I know when I came into this program, my older brother was here, Eric was here, guys like Chris Kunkel and James St. Cross had established this program. And it, you know, to watch the transformation that has gone through the past few years, and kind of seeing what the club means to people now versus what it meant. I mean, 5-6 years ago, you know, we have alumni coming around that talk about our team being, you know, a drinking club with a rugby problem, and to kind of see like Mark coming in and the class of Eric Carlson and those guys in that age, it kind of changed the perspective of the program, and where we've ended up now is definitely something that we take pride in.
Well, I know on my team I coach a few JMU guys, and they're some of the best on the team, and they're well drilled. And thanks for your time. Congratulations. I know it wasn't the outcome, but best of luck in the plate final.
Plate final
against the winner of this game.
Thank you guys. Really appreciate it.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Have a good afternoon.
All right.
Good luck.
Well, back to the game. St. Joseph is pretty much in control. Drexel, one of the issues with them is they get the ball and they start to pass, and there's that little hesitation. And Matt, sometimes you get when a player is a little bit tentative, he doesn't advance toward the ball. So a ball that's passed to him a little bit short, now he's reaching for it, not advancing toward it. He drops it. Those little things are sort of coming
on the white line
to pass for Drexel as they deal with a St. Joseph team that's a lot like James Madison. Great kick by Bukowski, but in that they're annoyed at not playing for the cup, and they really, really, really want to win that plate. So St. Joe's has certainly are dialed in for that.
And that plate final is going to be a great matchup. If this scoreline stands, there's about 4.5 minutes remaining in this one. JMU against St. Joe's, like I was saying yesterday afternoon, the talent and everything matches up through the progression of this tournament. And I can't agree with you more regarding Drexel. They're beginning the moves in the proper way, but they're just not committing defenders or just not making that last decision to be successful. But it's been a good run for them, and opportunity to play rugby is better than a day not playing rugby.
That is true.
St. Joe's wins the set piece here and are on the attack.
Well, they just kind of ran themselves out of room there, ran themselves into the in goal with no one there to follow on, nobody following on to the pass. So they're working their way out of their try zone, but a lot of composure, a lot of patience there for the Hawks to hold on to it.
Yeah, you might think, well, why did he work so hard, he being George Harris, to get out of the try zone? Well, for one, they still have possession of the ball, but for two, if he had grounded it, it would have been a turnover and a scrum to Drexel because they brought it in. So good focused play here. Nice defense there from Drexel. Good tackle.
And that was Kuzgigian trying to break through. Good offload. Kuzgigian now again, and the kick ahead. See, I like the kick ahead when there's no sweeper. And you're trying, and you've got a lead, and you want to just sort of the time to go away. You know, watching the Heat Elite, I thought that was a tactic they really could have used when they were having trouble breaking through, and especially when they had a lead that you want to protect. Well, why don't you kick? Because what the Heat Elite had over several of their opponents was pace. So the kick is going to work for them more than necessarily some of the other teams where the pace is even.
Well, and for anybody with that kind of pace, let's say that Kuzgigian was able to field that ball. He's got pace. Anytime you get behind somebody and they're chasing you, your chances of being successful are much more, and the Heat Elite saw that on their cutback moves. But St. Joe's earned a penalty because they held Kuzgigian after the kick. The kick cuts it back in again. I would like to see that outside. Even though he was successful, he had plenty of room on the outside.
That's Chad McMahon. Offloads it to Tom Kernovan.
Drexel's doing pretty well here on their tackles throughout this game.
They're really committed in that contact area. And now McMahon, now Kuzgigian shifts it up because he sees where everybody is. Kernovan. Oh, and look at that just cutting back over people. That was George Harris. And it ends up being Tom Kernovan scoring the try. He was involved in that movement from the beginning 3 or 4 times. And that was a good try from St. Joe's.
That was a good contest for the ball. The Drexel player, both of them jumped up for the ball, and it was just St. Joe's got his shoulder in a little bit sooner. Tom Kernovan snatched the ball out of the air and was able to cut it back in for a try.
The fans, URugby Virginia Beach would like to thank Boathouse Sports for its generous support. Boathouse is the leader in custom team gear and athletic wear, including team jackets, sports uniforms, and other clothing. The company prides itself on delivering high-quality custom apparel in an efficient and cost-effective manner, guided by a client-centered customer service approach. Boathouse Sports works with elite sports programs around the country and is the exclusive apparel provider to the rugby teams of the Ivy League, the South Independent Rugby Conference, and the Empire Rugby Conference. The company is headquartered in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and all products are made in America. Visit boathouse.com for more information.
Under 30 seconds remaining in this semifinal plate matchup, and St. Joe's is in control and are going to win this and meet James Madison University in the plate final. Ladies and gentlemen, I can't encourage you enough to stick around for that match. It's going to be a really good match. I see that we have the Naval Academy and University of Delaware on the sidelines prepping to get on the field for the Cup semifinal match, the first Cup semifinal match. Stolen. Drexel has an opportunity to get on the board. Dummy just unable to complete it.
You can throw a blanket over most of the players on this field. They're all just sort of crowded around the ball at the moment. Penalty A little bit too over aggressive from Nick Hopkins. But so frustrated, Matt Zabrowski really thought he could do something, but he's just pushing it a little bit too much. Ends up pounding the turf in annoyance. Hey, it happens.
St. Joe's will move on, like I said, to face James Madison in the plate final later on this afternoon. Next up, Naval Academy facing Delaware. Naval Academy in their all-white uniforms, and Delaware in the gold and blue. Congratulations to both St. Joe's and James Madison for making it to the plate finals.
There you are. You're good. You're free.
Well, it was a good performance from St. Joseph's, and I think that they're starting to piece together the little aspects of play that they really want to piece together. And here we are now with Navy against Delaware. Navy's been hit, as we heard from Mike Flanagan earlier today in interview. They've been hit with injuries. They got to scratch Jacob Griffin, scratch Brenton Ferragreen. That was from the last game, potential concussion. Scratch Orion Federal. We do have Casement Pope, Connor McInerney, Piper Thaler, Gardy LeBon, Jake Martin, Dan Tillman, Murky, Mike Samaniego, Jared Stevenson, Trey Fuller-Love is back. He was scratched earlier. Mike Daniels, Vasallo, and Jacob Rowell are available. For Delaware,
Still got a little bit.
they look like they've got pretty much everybody. They did have to scratch William Baker and John McCurdy. They had to scratch Nick Jimenez. John Finnegan is on the team. Thomas Abram, John Hand, Matt Romeo, Matt Ramirez, Chris Matina, Nick Lintner, Grayson Haynes, Matt Hess, Michael Gorman, and Ivan Turner, all available for this game. And Thomas Abram has actually emerged as somebody who's a dangerous runner and an aggressive player. And he's getting better as the tournament goes on. The players are just waiting for the right time to kick off when we get ahead of schedule. We even had an overtime game and we managed to be ahead of schedule. How about that?
It's pretty amazing. And the reason why it's so important is because we know that people are going to be tuning in at specific times, and we don't want anybody to miss the action. So we're gonna keep it rolling as per the schedule. We want to thank everybody at home for joining us today and yesterday. It's been really, really good rugby out here today. We appreciate everybody's time wherever you are. Thank you for making us part of your day. Beyond Rugby Bermuda's main goal is to help children in Bermuda graduate, give them options, and help instill core values and good qualities through rugby. Formed as the vision of former WWE superstar John Layfield, Beyond Rugby Bermuda is a partnership between Bermuda Rugby Football Union and the Family Center Bermuda. BRB provides a home academy structure after school and further rugby training and family support services through Family Center Bermuda. Beyond Rugby was a huge part of the 2016 Aerial Bermuda Sevens. For more information or to see how you can support, go to urugby.com/beyond-rugby-bermuda.
And we are getting ready now for the kickoff of this Cup semifinal of the ACRC7s here in Virginia Beach, Virginia.
You guys won the toss and picked to receive.
And we're switching sides as the toss was done and going back. There's really not much of a wind today. Yesterday the wind was a little bit of a factor, I think, especially on some of the kicks, and might be one of the reasons for some of the kicking errors, the restart errors. But here we have a really, really good showdown. They're on the up. Certainly confidence is high. Navy, well, they've won 4 games in a row.
Just a little knock on there on that fielding error. Connor McNerney has had a good day today. He didn't make the knock on. I just want to focus on him as you're watching at home. And also for Delaware, keep an eye on John Hand. And he was an impact player
White, I need you to bind on the hooker
in the
and on the props.
quarterfinal.
Crouch. Same with you, Gold. Bind.
Not sure if you can hear
Set.
the referee at home, but it's a great lesson in how rugby refereeing should be done. Cleanly won by Delaware. Handling error out there, and it's going to be a knock-on. They tried to run a miss loop in what we call, that move is called. So the first initial player misses the middle player out to the wide player with the intention of the middle player looping around.
Well, that's Thomas Abrams sending it out to Matt Ramirez, and the pass was too high for them. And these are not tall guys on Delaware. Abrams should have known better than to send such a high ball. He's not a tall guy himself. And Ramirez just sort of had to reach for it. This good shove from Delaware, but Navy has it. Let's see what they can do with that. That's Piper Thaler. Excuse me. No, that's not. That is Mike Samaniego.
Interesting. Naval Academy continually bringing it back in, looking the tight side of the field.
Well, I would think that they feel that they have a physical superiority. They do look a little bigger. They look a little stronger in the shoulders. And there's Tillman. Excuse me, Rowell. They're going to have to get these numbers right one of these days. Jacob Rowell has been playing pretty well today. Seen a lot more of him.
Nick Jimenez for Delaware was down for a minute, but he seems to be up and moving. Nice defense. Naval Academy has been really good on communicating and shifting defenders. And that's how you beat it. Someone has to attack it. Now they have numbers on the outside. Errant pass. Let's see if it reaches touch, so it'll be a line out to the midshipman.
Well, they worked so hard to move that ball side to side and try to find some space. In the end, the pass was there. The line out is good. They didn't set the line out, so they took it. And Samaniego looking for a little bit of room. He's got a lot on his left, but he was taken down.
Powerful running. He's carried that Delaware player for a good 5 yards. Good defense from Delaware. Nice big hit. And now the outside could be open. He's got a breakaway.
Connor McInerney. He's good. He could have gotten up on his own. He wasn't held, but managed to offload it. Jake Martin was there.
Try. Naval Academy.
And Dan Tillman goes over for the try, and that was such a great little move. And it's one of the things I really like. I remember when I really started playing sevens, it was taught to me the idea that if you're moving, even if you're moving laterally, you can still be effective. And so there, if you run laterally behind the ruck as they're winning the ball, and then they just pop to you, you're on the hop, you're on the gallop as you get that ball, and you can break around that weak side. It's a great way. It's like running a sweep play in football. And that's how that's what they did to get McInerney going. And he probably could have gotten back to his feet and scored himself, but managed to offload.
It's interesting. Naval Academy's tactic here, it seems like they're going to take it wide, try to probe that outside. If that's not successful, they're going to bring it back to the other side and maybe do 2 or 3 phases to exploit this blind side. And because a lot of the players are going to be isolated if the passing is accurate across the opposite side of the field. And that's what happened there. They had a nice breakaway from McInerney. Yeah, sorry about that. And then the opportunity to score came about, and they were successful. Now they're back on the attack.
Good ball movement. Looking very comfortable. Jake Martin.
And there you see the effect of that switching back in over and over. The dummy starts taking hook.
Abram took him into touch. Delaware wanted to get that quick line out, and it's not allowed, and that's because you've got 2 players from each side within a certain box that says the line out is about to be formed, so you got to stop. You can't take a quick one at that point.
Agreed, but if they were able to, you saw all the white jerseys on that quarter of the field, and that's why Delaware really wanted to get that ball moving.
We haven't seen much of Mike Samaniego this weekend, but he's playing this game, and he's making an impact. We've seen him eat up a whole bunch of meters for Navy so far. Mike Flanagan changing up the lineup for the midshipmen several times.
Delaware
oh boy.
With an opportunity, but good pressure, good cover defense from the academy. Isolated runner.
That's Ivan Turner. He manages to get that ball
Ruck
back.
formed, Dwight, back 10. Hands in the ruck.
Matt Romeo was the guy who made the long run down and tried to feed it back inside. We've seen a lot of him. Sort of that rangy, hulking, stoop-shouldered kind of guy. Kind of reminds me of Glenn Thomas, who is such a great player for Delaware, especially in sevens. And there's Romeo. Abram. Got Ramirez with him, but Abram's really tough to bring down. He's not a big guy. He managed to muscle his way through, and now the hands were available. Matina said he's going to go back the other way. Taken down nicely by McInerney.
Just able to grab that short or jersey. You see a lot more of that. And he breaks the tackle. And it's going to be a try to Delaware.
Ivan Turner went through, and he just stepped right out of it and pulling himself off the ground. Jared Stevenson not happy with the fact he wasn't able to wrap around those ankles.
So the Blue Hens keep the ball alive and stretch the field, and they eventually find a missed tackle and get through. And that's one of the few missed tackles that the Academy has had all weekend.
It's true. Delaware not afraid of anybody, not afraid to challenge anyone, and they actually took it right to the Naval players. That's a good kick, too.
7-7, all knotted up. There's about 15 seconds remaining in the first period of this Cup semifinal match. University of Delaware Blue Hens facing off against the United States Naval Academy midshipmen. Both storied programs, both recognized around the country as excellent rugby programs and coaching. Cleanly fielded, which is so critical in this sport. Oh, one too many. He rolled over a little bit too much, did Jack Martin. Another opportunity for Delaware at the end of the half. So lots of options here for Delaware.
It's kind of an unnecessary penalty. He had support. He had people with him. You just have to trust that they're going to ruck you over at some point.
He just got caught in that weird spot, you know, and that's a
Matina.
traditional Delaware play. I'll tell you right now.
Matina to hand, back to Matina. He's kind of isolated though. Yep.
Not releasing.
Not releasing. When you're down on the ground and there's no one from your team coming over for like a second or 2 seconds, you're going to be isolated. They're going to get you for that holding on.
Navy's going to extend the game a little bit even more, but they can't really have any mistakes here. Academy finds the gap, holding that ball with one hand, ready to shuffle it off, but he has the pace. He's got one to beat, and he's going to beat him. It's going to be a try in the middle of the field.
And that is that man, Jacob Rowell again, another player we really hadn't seen a lot of in the first day until near the end, but boy, he can move, and he's aggressive. Usually got him playing kind of in a hooker position, but he can play several different areas on the field, and Rowell goes in for a great try. And that's a big one, really, for Navy. To have that 14-7 lead now going into halftime. And you talked about, Matt, not making any errors in their own end with time up. You know, what do you do when time's up in the half? Do you say, we're stuck at our own 22, let's kick to touch, and let's just take a rest? Or let's go for it. Let's try to make something happen. It's a risky thing, but in sevens, usually the reward is worth it.
And with the talent that we're seeing in the Cup semifinals, I would assume or guess that every team is going to trust their athletes and their skills to take it 80 meters, and that's exactly what the Academy did. Brings it to 14-7, half time of the first semifinal Cup game.
Next up is Penn State against Kutztown in the other semifinal game, and then we're going to see, following that, the bowl final, which will be Old Dominion against Kutztown 2. That'll be a good game. Excuse me, I'm sorry, Matt. That'll be a good game, as the coach, Mike Herron from Old Dominion, said. We know these guys pretty well, so it'll be fun.
URugby manages premier sporting events for the collegiate and club rugby teams across the United States. In addition to URugby Virginia Beach, featuring the ACRC7s, which we're all watching and enjoying right now, URugby manages the Kutztown University 7s, the Ariel Bermuda 7s, and the URugby Bowl Series in Charlotte. Our mission is to provide teams, fans, and vendors with spectacular experiences capturing the excitement, high-level competition, and camaraderie of collegiate and club rugby. And I'd say they're doing a fantastic job of it. Check them out on Twitter. Check them out online, urugby.com, Facebook, Instagram, all the places you go to see and find out information about these great events and high-level tournaments.
Well, this is a really fun one. We're having a good time. I'm Alex Goff, editor of Goff Rugby Report. We're with Matt Robinette, who's working the mics with me. Ryan Ginty has been on the mic and behind the mic and behind the camera and in front of the camera, along with his excellent staff from Next Level Rugby, covering this, live streaming on URugby and on Goff Rugby Report with the URugby YouTube channel. A lot of stuff going on, and penalty. Actually, it was a free kick for the kickoff being too short, and then that is a high tackle.
Executed the double switch well on that free kick and able to get a penalty from it. And Naval Academy, too many mistakes.
In from the side there. That was I was about to say in from the side. McInerney coming in. You see that there's a way you enter that ruck. That ruck, when the tackle area happens, when there's a tackle, you can go over it to drive off and win that ball. But you have to go in directly behind the ball from your side. You can't come in a little bit from the side. And we call about it going in through the gate. Pretend there's a gate there. You got to go through that gate. And the gate is very narrow in sevens. It's basically the width of one person.
Nice sidestep and a big charge there. Not held. No, he was held. It was a tackle. The referee's going to say you must release the ball.
I don't see that at all. He was not held. He wasn't held at all. He bounced out, and that's a little bit of an unfair, unlucky, I would say, an unlucky call against Delaware.
So that really relieves a lot of the pressure that the midshipmen were under there and gives them a great opportunity to get ball in hand and start their offense. And there they go. They find that switch back and able to take advantage of the gap.
That's a great switch move for Jake Martin, I think, to run through. They've used him. Well, no, there's Martin digging it out right now. McInerney and out to Murky. And there's your number 7, Trey Fullalove. And he cruises in for a try. And that was executed from a planned play into a recycle, read, and then it's just simple hands out.
I will say that John Hand did a great job to keep the initial Naval Academy players break, keep his hands in so he couldn't get that offload, and forced another couple series or a couple phases. Naval Academy were able to get it outside. Delaware was all pursuing back. Little jab step in by number 7, and he gets around the corner, able to center it for a try. Naval Academy takes the lead 21-7.
Kick is good for 21-7, and we see a couple of subs coming on. Gardy LeBon coming on at halfback. McInerney actually kicked that conversion. Usually it's Martin been kicking them.
About 4 minutes remaining in
Knocked
the
on by
game.
White.
Advantage, scrum advantage. This will be big if Delaware can finish.
Just on his horse. Horse was not quite fast enough. A good response from Navy. The ball goes into touch.
Yellow card. Something away from the ball. The referee didn't like what was happening. Delaware will now go down a man, and it will be a line out.
That would be odd to have a yellow card, but not having a penalty. So there seems to be...
Well, they still have 7 on the field. I thought he pulled it out.
Yeah, we're trying to listen in on the referee, but there's actually sometimes there's interference on the wireless mic, so sometimes we can't hear it, and it just seemed to be, I think, that was an odd one. Well, the throw ends up not being straight and doesn't go 5, so it ends up being... we're going to do another throw. We're going to do a second throw. Well, the question is actually the yellow card is on Navy, it seems. because Navy's playing with 6 players and LeBron is on the sidelines. Now, we'll have to get some clarification on that call as Chris Mattina just shows, looks left, looks right. Everybody goes to where he's looking, and he just keeps running. Chris Mattina, captain of the team, inspirational leader, puts in a crucial try for Delaware. And it's right under the post as well. He should get this. He's a pretty solid kicker, and then puts his side within a try here in this Cup semifinal.
We heard Coach Flanagan talk when he was up here in the booth, talk about if you go high on his players, they're going to fend you off. And that's exactly what happened. His players went high, and he mentioned that as well. If his players go high, they're going to fend off be fended off. And that's Matina's such a strong runner, upper body strength, lower body strength. If you go high, he's just going to fend you off, and that's exactly what happened there. He got in under the posts, 14-21. Just over a minute remaining. Academy has to secure these, and they turn it over. Down a man right now are the midshipmen. Matina on the attack, finds the outside. Does he have the pace to get around? Good defense here. Just a meter away, it's going to be try, Delaware. Wow, what a move. What an opportunity there. They were able to turn it over off the kickoff. Matina on the strong run finds Thomas Abram. Thomas keeps his legs driving while the Academy player was trying to drive him out, and he just gets downward pressure on the ball. Here is the conversion from Matina to tie it. Right now, it sits at 19 points to 21. Matina, nice stroke. Drifting right, no good. So Delaware, even after a great series there in the first, while they were up a player, and they still are, it looks like Naval Academy will be down. There's about 15 seconds remaining. Delaware 19, Navy 21. It all comes down to this. Matina with the kick. Nice high kick. And they felt like there was obstruction. The Delaware player never made an attempt. Although his eyes were on the ball, he kind of shouldered or hit the Naval Academy player away, and that will do it. Naval Academy will move on to the championship match, the Cup championship here at ACRC Virginia Beach 7s in a well-contested game by two really good teams, Navy 21, Delaware 19.
Nice job, Navy. Delaware still has a game to play, third, fourth game. We're going to be back in just a few seconds. Just stay with us. Announcers will be back in just a few seconds for the next semifinal. Well, fans, you are watching the ACRC7s here at Virginia Beach. I'm Alex Goff from Golf Rugby Report with Matt Robinette, Next Level Rugby, providing coverage on the URugby YouTube channel. We just saw Naval Academy hold on for a 21-19 win over Delaware. It's a tough game. Now they're into the final, and they're going to find out who they're going to play in the final right now as Kutztown University sets up to play against
Penn State. This is going to be a really good game, just like the first semifinal between Navy and Delaware. I as much as I want to say Kutztown is the better, with the most pedigree, Penn State comes in winning all of their games, really being competitive, good hard running, structurally sound offensively and defensively. Should be a good game. Everybody's going to have to play at their best to win this one.
Penn State is playing with only the 2 players on the bench, as they had to send some players back for exams. So McNulty, Trotter, McLean, Kelly, New, Struthers, and Kirsch are starting with Featherston and Ricci on the sidelines. There's McNulty. Had a great tournament so far. He catches that kickoff. And Jordan Keisel, I don't know what he was thinking, but he was standing in a scrum half position for Penn State, even though he's a Kutztown player.
Those are the mistakes that Kutztown normally jumps on, but they have a little breathing space here. Let's see what Penn State can do with it. And that space goes away fairly quickly against this team.
They really want to shove them back. Kutztown has a physical superiority on most of the teams they're playing in 7s.
Knocked on in goal by Penn State. That's a huge amount of pressure now for the Nittany Lions against Kutztown.
Kutztown starting with Hartman, O'Shields, Geisel, Faison Donahoe on the wing, scrum half and fly half combination, Sage and Storts, and center Murphy Lill, who I'm really impressed with, actually, Murphy Lill.
Scrum down 1 fairly cleanly by Kutztown. Cuts it back in. Good strong running, but excellent defense. There's a lot of blue shirts over there, and all they're doing here is playing for the turnover. Unable to get it. They were trying to hold the maul up as long as possible, and they ended up being successful. It'll be a turnover from a ball not being produced out of a maul to Penn State. That is definitely an option here in part of the gameplay, and effective. But you better be effective because you're putting an awful lot of resources into that one move. If Kutztown were able to get the ball out, it would have been trouble. Looks like the scrum half had a nice pick looking for the offload. Penn State now on the attack. He's got scrum advantage.
And McNulty thinking that he might go all the way around. Alex Faison Donahoe is a pretty fast guy. He's not going to have anything to do with that.
High tackle penalty called against Kutztown, and Penn State doesn't waste a beat, and now they're on the attack. Ooh, dangerous pass, but successful for Penn State.
And very sloppy ruck, breakdown stuff, and Kutztown is trying to take that ball every single time. The tackler doesn't have to go through the gate. He's already inside the park, so he can just pop to his feet to get something going. But that was a rough pass for Nick Kirsch to handle. Really not much he could do about it except try to gather it, and he was slammed to the turf. So now Kutztown has it. So much contesting at that breakdown. Sage, Faison Donahoe. And that was Geisel.
Excellent running lines here. Excellent running lines here from Kutztown.
Storts looking to send it out to Geisel there on the wing. He's absolutely thumped as he passes it. Hit by Selby Nui Matawalu. Or as we say, Selby New. That's generally how people speak his last name.
This big pass tried to do a big miss, and it just floated a bit and landed just inside, but out of bounds eventually, and now it'll be a line out to Penn State. Everybody feeling each other out right now, seeing where the gaps are and trying to identify where the success is going to be.
Oh, Shields took it. Lil now, and then Faison Donahoe. We're seeing more of him now. Challenged by Joe Kelly.
Great defense against the.
Yeah, they were trying to hold him up, try to get a turnover, and then now they're counter rucking, trying to get a turnover. Faison Donahoe ends up rucking over his own ball. Oh, Shields again. Geisel there. Hartman is on the wing. Geisel's going to go back inside. Hartman now.
Penalty advantage for offsides against Penn State.
Oh, he's so strong, just struggling his way through, but he is taken down. And there's the penalty. Geisel, he's going to tap, go over. Is he held up?
Yes,
yeah,
he was.
He's held up.
And the penalty was not rolling away against the Nittany Lions. Quick tap penalty, just a little bit too high. Penn State was able to get their chest on the ball and let him land on top of him.
Well, not too smart by Jordan Geisel because he went right into the guy and the hooker, Rourke Struthers, just took it on the chest and flipped him over.
Scrum
Good
down
play
here
for that.
to Kutztown.
Storts.
Cleanly won.
Lil.
That was a great move. The dummy loop really froze the defender. Now it's a 3-on-2.
Taken down by McNulty. Nice tackle. They had the numbers there, and now McNulty's going to take him into touch. And this has been a fantastic defensive stand by Penn State, considering how much pressure they're under and how good Kutztown has been.
It's a penalty against Penn State, and they really have to be careful here because the card will come out if multiple infractions inside the 22.
What was the penalty for there?
I didn't quite see. I think offsides, but I'm not 100% sure. Penn State on the attack. Keeps it himself. Good defense again.
Oh, how did they stop that? It looked like he was going to stretch over, but they did just haul him down.
Opportunity here on the outside, trying to pin that outside defender.
There it is.
Has the cut back in. It's going to be a try to Kutztown, the first one of the game.
Very, very smart field reading by Robert Storts. He could have just gone straight past to Faison Donahoe, but their perimeter defense has been quite nice, has Penn State's. So instead he runs at an angle. His opposite number is supposed to follow him. He runs at the other defender, occupies both of their attention, and then just pops it inside to Faison Donahoe.
Really well skilled, and he was attacking that outside defender, trying to force that player to make a decision. And eventually he was able to, and since the inside pursuit, his defender had his hips completely turned. It was a wide open gap for Faison.
Well, it took them the better part of 7 minutes to get there. Most of that, in fact, all of that time seemed to be spent in the Penn State 22. Very energy-sapping stuff.
Excellent recovery there on the kickoff.
Yeah, Shelby New got pinged for potential high tackle there, and penalty advantage. I think the advantage is over, though. It's kind of minor, so as high tackles go. Well, there's Storts they've got holding up, and Storts is not a big guy, but he manages somehow to wriggle free. He's a strong guy. He gets the ball out.
And again, you don't see that too often where that's an actual defined defense is to hold the maul up.
That's
but
true.
Very good by Penn State.
Joe O'Shields kind of fumbled the ball there, but that was left alone.
We have penalty advantage again for hands in the ruck against Penn State. The offloads aren't there for Kutztown like they have been in other games because the defense has been really stout and covering all gaps and angles.
Great tackle from Joe Kelly on O'Shields. Sage now has it. And a really good shape from the Penn State defense, but now they got problems, big problems. They all come biting on that tackle contest, and the ball comes loose. They were hoping for it to be a little bit slower, and out it goes to Murphy Lill, who scores.
It is just so difficult to maintain that defensive pressure through phase after phase after phase.
Sage has hit kicks a little bit better than other times. 12-0. And at 6 minutes, it was 0-0. So again, we talked about this in a previous game where Kutztown looked like it was kind of close, and then like bang, bang, try. They are so good at that. This game has not been played in Kutztown's half at all.
Rushing strong. Once you know, a little loose. Strengthen it up. Basically take that ball. That ball's the most important. They will try and hold you up. That means you have to fight to get them. I don't know if you want to insert that guy. Just get low in contact. When we get down, we got some people up there. So we got to get run lower in contact. Yes. You're down here, right? Yes. Yeah. The system. Hey, fellas, listen. Great job. Great job. We want to grind. We want to grind. Right? Keep the grind going. Go harder. Right? Go harder. Make everything more intense. That's what we want. We want to experience everything before the big day.
Twice you didn't see it. Somebody else did.
So now we know. Now we know. Let's fix it. Let's fix it. Okay, you on 3. 1, 2, 3.
They don't want to do it anymore.
Hey, Delaware guys. I need you to soup back. You guys, your once try, you guys scored over here. All we saw was your whole body.
Both coaches are giving them something, telling them how they want to play, where they wanted to be, and how to be.
Well, no, it was your try.
Pretty intense down there on the field. Penn State got about 12. Second semifinal, winner will take on the neighboring side.
Big collision to start with. Not very big guys, like Struthers going to John Sage. And again with the penalties on Penn State.
I thought it was a very good counter ruck there to take the player out, and Kutztown was lucky to maintain possession. Penalty to Kutztown for offsides. Initially looked like they were going to go for touch, but now they tap and go. Tackle against that kind of speed. That's what you were trying to avoid by making that tackle and taking the space away. But able to break the tackle and now there's
trouble. Yep, 3 guys tackling, and then Hartman's got an embarrassment of riches. And there's Lil. Taking a while to get that ball over to that wing, though. So Penn State able to stop it, but maybe not able to stop Jonathan Sage. Oh yeah. That's nice. Did not give up. Kept those legs moving. And who says a fly half can't get tough?
That was a really nice movement there all the way across. Able to break the line on the other side to take the space and then put Penn State fractured their defense trying to get back. And then just a big run. They tried to get him up high. His powerful legs were able to drive it through. It's going to be a try to Kutztown. And conversion is good. 19-0. Kutztown leading Penn State early in the second half. Subs coming on. Now remember, they're not permanent subs anymore. You can bring people on and off throughout the match. That was news to me, and I'm glad that Coach Bidwell and Struan filled me in on that. So a hugely important possession here for Penn State, Alex. They have to get something going.
They really do, and they're just struggling at the breakdown. It's the penalties that are hurting them. They've got to get those passes to hand and be secure as well. Trotter trying to find something. Good clear out. McNulty, well, that wasn't too swift. Trying to do something about it. It was a bad ball, and it ends up in Kutztown hands. And Kutztown dominating at this point. A little consultation between the touch judge and the referee, and he says that
forward pass.
Forward pass. Knock on, I think. Knock on at the end when he tried to touch it down.
Interesting.
And as he was hit as he went to touch it down. And so that you sort of give a nod to, was that Kelly who went in? Yeah, it was Joe Kelly who raced back to do something about that.
Well, you just saw the replay. It's difficult for me to see it on the small screen that I'm checking it out on, so hopefully you at home were able to see that clearly. And now Kutztown bringing in a substitute for this important scrum deep in Penn State territory. Penn State cleanly wins it.
Oh, that's a nice play. And knew he's got Kelly with him, but they're going to go out wide to Struthers. Rourke Struthers dancing around. Ball knocked out of his hand.
3 minutes
And
remaining.
I don't know about that one. And I think Rory Struthers is saying he knocked it out of my hand. He knocked it forward. And I'd go along with that. I would say that would be a knock-on by Kutztown. But we've seen it several times, the frustration of a game falling away. And Penn State is seeing that Kutztown is just twisting that knife a little bit more each time. Sage now coming in as scrum half.
Ladies and gentlemen, we definitely want to encourage you to stay tuned in throughout the afternoon. We'll be having player interviews after the game from this match, and so stick around. Should be great. Penn State stole that set piece. And the counter ruck, not successful. Penn State on the attack.
McNulty to Kelly. McNulty again, trying to make something happen. But you see how hard they get hit each time.
There just is no space to operate. The moment they get it, every break they've made, a defender's been coming across to defend it. And not just defend it and grab a jersey. They're really smacking them and taking them down.
They really are. So that was a penalty for being offside on a knock-on. Player knocks the ball forward, and then somebody in front of him picks it up. But he missed touch on that. They went to touch, just sort of take some time off the clock. Joe Kelly, new. Kelly again. He's got Featherston with him. Wow. Oh, boy. Now there's a move. Another one went around the neck. Referee doesn't say anything about that. Interesting. Featherston.
Joe Kelly really light on his feet. Able to plant and shift on a dime, really. Penn State on the attack. Opportunity.
This is a nice break. This is Kevin Trotter. And that's going to be a try. And a yellow card against Kutztown for a really needless hit after the touchdown, and I was keeping myself quiet on that one because I've been complaining about that a bit. The hits when somebody's scoring a try, but he didn't need to do that, and he went in feet first, really, and that's actually pretty dangerous.
And you can see it on the replay there. He had every opportunity to hold up and did not. So 6-on-7, and it's not completely out of reach, and it's 19-7 right now. Kutztown on top. Counter ruck. Penn State is selling out right now, trying to get these turnovers and leaving gaps on the outside.
There's Vedekina Malafu. He scored a lot of tries. He's just sort of toying with Joe Kelly and then dishes it inside. And it's going to be try time for Wes Hartman and Kutztown. And Hartman is also, I think, going to kick it.
Let's see on the replay the skill here that Kutztown has and just the straight pace to finish the game off. You heard the final whistle there, a little dummy pass inside, and then he finally makes that final pass, and it's going to be a try. Penn State wins 26-7.
Trent Hensley actually scored that one. Excuse me, not Wes Hartman. They all look alike because they all have the same facial hair. Kutztown, ready to go to the final. Penn State lining up to congratulate them. It was really an impressive performance by Kutztown.
Right there on the 45. As the players shaking hands, we're going to send it to Ryan in just a minute. He's going to get a great interview right off the field. What a well-contested game. Kutztown is on to the finals to face off against the Naval Academy. We're going to send it to Ryan. We're going to send it to him right now.
The Battle of Pennsylvania just went down. Kutztown on top. Now, Alex, I'd ask you what your game plan is. Take a Navy, but obviously we know what that's going to be. So use your pattern. Alex Faison Donahoe, thank you, buddy. We'll see you in the final. Send it back up top to the
All right, thank you, Ryan. Great to see Alex Faison Donahoe playing so well. The whole team on KU playing well. And now we're coming here to the Heat Elite against Lehigh, and this is really a contrast of styles, about as much as you could set any guys, but they're big and they can hit hard. Heat Elite, well, they can run, and they're trying to bust through as well. But what they've struggled with, when's a good time to just chill, and a forward pass here stops them in their tracks at the moment. So Heat Elite. Really, so that's why they're here.
Okay, here's an opportunity for Heat. Great all day.
Smith.
They're just too talented and too quick, and you can see the space just getting eaten up. It's brought in by Elite, and another opportunity for the Elite to get some points on the board.
Yeah, but I like that he was backed up right to his dead ball line, and so he wanted to he had pressure on him. Just like, I'll touch it down.
I agree.
Let's kill the play.
Live to fight another day,
right,
and
exactly.
not give up any smart decision.
So James it's from a town called Shenley in Hertfordshire, which is for old Albanians in St. Albans. So there, penalty.
Heads up play, taking it after
diving onto the way.
Folks, don't take too much inside the huddles. We're going to shut up against Lehigh. Be a try.
These are penalties of aggression now from Lehigh. They want to just make something happen defensively, but 5 meters from your line, it's a problem. They got to make sure of their passes first, and that's been an issue there. The little turnover, as it makes 17-0 now for the Heat Elite, with 2 minutes to go in the first half of this Shield final.
Alex, I will say that it's warming up a bit, and I think
so.
the humidity is growing a little bit. So
A little
keep
bit.
an
I
eye.
don't want to jinx anything, but the initial forecast a couple of days ago were for rain and thunderstorms, and right now it's actually clearing up, and it's very nice. There we go. A little bit of a break. Trying to stay inside. He kept it alive. Great work there from Anthony Rivera. Time. Too slow.
Still have the numbers on the outside. They've got a player down right now. Oh, he's so
And
close, and he gets it in.
They are fighting every step of the way, but in the end, the mistakes make it so much easier. Up, but I would venture to say that most of the time, the try-scoring team against Lehigh has had to travel about 15 meters to do it. They don't have to go far, and that makes it very hard on you. So what they do need, perhaps, is, well, in another situation, I might suggest a kick, but with the pace that the Elite have,
I think it's good for we can pass under. This isn't.
That's another turnover in the ruck. The ball coming out of the sleeve, up again, and I think they should take. The Elite are now.
Some of the stuff that have
is what to do with, and that ball just lying 10. Moment of glory, just beckoning.
Game in particular, I think this is something that you should try. Maybe a little bit sideways, running a bit much.
And yeah, he was held in the tackle there, so penalized for not releasing the ball when you're tackled.
Rugby bringing you the
And with the anthem presented, we are back here for the bowl final. I'm Alex Goff with Matt Robinette. You're watching the ACRC7s, brought to you by URugby on the URugby YouTube channel and on urugby.com. Golf Rugby Report also carrying this feed, produced by Next Level Rugby. Thanks to Ryan Ginty and all his staff on that. This is the bowl final. Old Dominion against Kutztown 2. Kutztown 2, a hard-nosed, pretty skilled team. Not lots of pace. Not lots of super speed, I guess, but or sidestepping ability, but they got themselves to this point, and they were almost in the Cup quarterfinals, in fact, but managed a big win over Lehigh. Old Dominion, well, they needed overtime to beat the Heat Elite, who just won the Shield final. And Matt, what do you think we're going to see in this one?
I think they're fairly evenly matched teams, although Kutztown might be a little better drilled because of their experience against their first team. And you see it right there with just stealing the ball right out of contact, and now the continuity going. If Old Dominion's defense gives any gaps, they're going to be in big trouble like that. But good effort on the tackle from ODU. The Monarchs hungry to get this one, and they've got a gap there for Kutztown, and he finds it, and he's through, and this is going to be a try. Old Dominion goes down early. Great effort there from Kutztown.
That is Maxim Bennett. No, that was not Maxim Bennett. Doesn't look like Maxim Bennett. I'm trying to go with the numbers. But it might have been Luke Harbison going in for Kutztown 2. The kick is good.
So that's
7-0.
That's what you can't do early in the game, get down that quickly. You wanted to have a little bit better defensive showing, but it looks like Old Dominion is going big right now. I see a lot of speed on their bench, but
they sure are. It's true. Good restart. Well taken by Ryan O'Hare from ODU.
Just mishandled there. That's twice that they had that opportunity with 14 from Old Dominion. Mike Tolliver. There's gaps there. Peaches trying to go for that steal, but good to make the tackle. Cover defense wasn't there. It looks like they're going to get another one in the corner. Try. Nice effort from Kutztown, moving the ball around nicely. You see on the replay here, they get the ball out wide, able to, because Old Dominion's defense shot up so quickly, it left that outside wide open, and all it took was one quick sidestep, maybe a short pass, and then off to the races. $12-0 early in the first period. 2016 URugby Virginia Beach ACRC7s. We were at the Shield final. The bowl final. The Shield winner, Hampton Heat Elite, out of Hampton, Virginia. Bowl final here, Old Dominion University, facing off against Kutztown University. That's what they've been trying to do, and that's where you can exploit this Kutztown second team's defense right off the kick, but consistency. And it was knocked on there by Old Dominion. Kevin Marley had a great game in the last game. Kutztown 2, the benefit of being able to play against a team like the level of Kutztown 1, it just gives you real reps against a very difficult team. Good passing here from Kutztown.
You got the backhanded pass that Kutztown trying to free up, trying to do the flash and dash. They do get a penalty. Not sure exactly what the penalty was for, but they do get a penalty against Old Dominion, and 12-0 up. This is the situation where they're pretty used to trying to put teams away here. They're not going to slack off.
That was an athletic move from Old Dominion Tolliver. Just reached up a paw and got that ball out of the air and turned it over. Now they're on the attack. Nice fix. Good. Oh, just one pass.
There's Bennett. I like him a lot. That was a great play to pick up and just dish off to Anderson. And Anderson into the corner. And that was all about Maxime Bennett seeing the loose ball, diving on it, rolling onto his back, and just popping it to a guy he knew was going to be behind him.
Rugby is a great sport, folks, and I want to tell you a little bit about Palmer Chiropractic College. One of the best chiropractic colleges in the country. We know what health and wellness means these days. Companies like it. Families like it. You want to take care of your bodies, and Palmer Chiropractic can be a critical part of that. So if you ever want to learn how to be one or get a great education from Palmer, please check them out at palmerchiropractic.com. And if you're in the market for a chiropractor, check out your local listings for a Palmer graduate. Outstanding work, great patient care, and very holistic. Check out Palmer Chiropractic.
Well, Kutztown University has a good connection with Palmer Chiropractic College. Doc Jones, their coach, went there. Former Kutztown star Mike Lawrence is now coaching rugby at Palmer. Bennett going in to try and get something going. He was offside, though. Mentzner now for ODU. And that's Tolliver. Marley. And Booch. Oh, the hits are coming thick and fast, but not... You know, if guys are a little bit tired, they don't wrap up quite the same way. They seem to grab and flip around. I'm not a big fan of that. It can be kind of dangerous.
Yeah, I don't even consider that a tackle. A tackle is, to me, when you wrap your arms around someone and just grabbing their jersey isn't a tackle.
Only have 30 seconds left.
Poor Kevin Marley just waiting for the ball to be tossed to him. It ended up bopping him on the head. But he shakes it off, and he's fine. O'Hare trying to send it out there.
Little shuffle pass there to the speed on the outside, but good cover defense from Kutztown, too.
It's pretty ugly from ODU right now, with Marley being kind of alone, fighting for control, does well enough.
You just get the sense that Old Dominion is playing individually, whereas Kutztown is working as a unit.
Renault is the one who came through and just took that ball. There's Bennett. Neither offense really able to go forward.
A little lacking on the awareness. Kept on going that way, but he finds a
Crow.
gap.
This is Troy Crow, and I think this is probably the best player on the Kutztown 2 team. Crow and Bennett are the two guys who really made something special happen when there's nothing on. And Crow's aggressive little guy. He's probably, I'm sure he's bigger than me when I call him a little guy. But he doesn't seem big from way up here in our ivory tower, but he takes charge of opportunities. And we're going to throw it down to Ryan now. Ryan, take it away.
We're getting ready to give away the award to the boys. So we talked to the captain earlier, and boys, well done. We have Boathouse ready to hand out the nice trophies that we have. And if we go ahead and we'll hand out the trophy. And you guys can be a little animated in here. You get it? That's your Heat Elite out of Hampton Roads, taking home the ball here at the 2016 ACRC7s. Congratulations, boys.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
All right, thank you, Ryan. It's great to see the Heat Elite celebrate that win. They kind of put some things together, kind of got their legs stretched a little bit, got the passes going. It was good. As we look at the teams huddling up, Kutztown 2 really in control. Old Dominion, we haven't seen them get to their halfway line, and we've seen a few games like that, Matt, haven't we?
We have, and I'm going to venture to guess this will be the last game that we see this kind of this kind of skill level, and they're working hard and they're doing all the all the things that they can do. It's just going to take more experience in events like this and trying to execute under pressure to actually do it. And Kutztown right now is the team taking most advantage of gaps and just a little bit more athletic when they're hitting them. And like I said earlier, Alex, Old Dominion is playing a little bit individualistically, while Kutztown seems like more of a unit working together. And it's 24-0 on this bowl final. Shield final went to Heat Elite, and you just saw a nice presentation from Ryan as we get underway. 24-0, Kutztown 2 leading Old Dominion University.
And the kick goes 10 and bounces strangely and ends up in touch. And coming up after this game, we have the plate final, St. Joseph's against Delaware. That's a good rivalry game. And in fact, when Delaware had their suspension problems, a couple of players transferred to St. Joe's. So there's a connection there. There's a Philadelphia connection. Then the third, fourth game will be coming up. And excuse me, here I am talking about St. Joseph's, Delaware. That's not what it is. It's James Madison. So not to confuse you, I had the great connection. It wasn't there. St. Joe's versus James Madison in the plate final. Third, fourth is Delaware and Penn State. Another connection. Those guys know each other really, really well. And then Navy against Kutztown in the final.
I think that the JMU St. Joe's game, I think both of those teams are coming into the match relatively healthy. I don't know that a lot of their players have been subbed out. Looks like he got away with one on that with not wrapping.
Yeah, that did look like a shoulder charge. Harbison was thumped down on the ground. Anderson now for Kutztown 2. Bennett.
Old Dominion kind of living off sides and getting away with it, so
Enrique Ribeiro. Crow picks it up, and then it ends up being a penalty, holding on in the ruck.
Old Dominion needs to get something on the board in short order.
Oh, they were looking for the interception there, and it was almost there. Loose ball. Yeah, he's got a soccer kick it ahead. He's doing all right. Ribeiro was thinking about something more, and then it's kicked ahead again. Crow. Crazy man Crow.
Be patient. Nice.
Oh, and he does well. He picks it up. He controls that. Put in a little bit of Lionel Messi in that. Controlled the ball, then picked it up and over the line. And if there's a player who has played his way into consideration for the Kutztown one team from this, I would say Troy Crow has done that. Very opportunistic and a fun player to watch.
Checking out the replay here, he's able to get around to the just sloppy play from Old Dominion, leaving that ball on the deck, and then little Lionel Messi, as Alex said, and the hardest part on that is picking it up and finishing. So
That's
he did
true.
a great job doing that. So
Well, there's again, he did that correctly too because he turned his body sideways. So ideally, as it's rolling, you try to get in front of it so that if you drop it, it just goes backwards.
And Old Dominion wasn't applying any pressure, so they kind of made it pretty easy and not make him panic or anything. So 31-0, 4 minutes remain in the second half of the bowl final. Kutztown 2 in control. Old Dominion looking for...
Massive hit there, and that's going to be penalized. I don't know if that was a no wrap or if it was late, but it's going to be punished anyway. Kevin Marley chug-a-logging through. And that is the first try for ODU. The Monarchs get on the board.
You're going to see the big hit on the replay. No attempt to wrap. That's what the referee had the penalty advantage for. Marley, just with powerful running, powerful legs, gets through. Had one to beat. Finished the try to get Old Dominion out of the 0 category. Misses the conversion. 31-5. Kutztown 2. 3 minutes remaining.
And then he signals to the sideline and said, that's it, I'm done. And it has been a long weekend for these players. And at this point, you're just stitching yourself together with duct tape and staplers at the point.
And it's really hard in these early championship games or early finals to identify the good. You're frustrated. It's been a long weekend, as you said.
Well, Marley signaled for himself to come off, and I think what they said to him was no. So he's still on the field. And there, a nice little weaving run from Evan Anderson. He's going to enjoy that one.
Heck of a response, heck of a score. He laid it out, made sure there was no knock-on on that one. Defense just slow reacting to that side and able to exploit the gap and score it in the center.
So second try for Evan Anderson. The kick is good. And 38-5. It is a rout for Kutztown 2. And I think this is, Matt, where the fitness comes in and the durability. The fact that this is Kutztown's second side, they're working the same fitness regimen. They're working the same training regimen as the first side. They're playing a lot. They get to play a lot, so they can handle this a little bit. At some point, the wear and tear on the body is such that it's just harder to keep up for some other teams.
And their coaches are engaged. You see both of them on the sideline, focused and taking this in so they can coach them up a little bit later on. But they got to be pleased with the scoring totals.
Well, they like the defense as well, and they are working on the defense. Loose ball. Anderson was almost there. Rescued a little bit on the ODSU side, and the ball is loose. And penalty against Kutztown for diving through in the ruck.
Less than a minute remains in the bowl final. Old Dominion University on the penalty. Let's see here. Pressure applied by Kutztown.
They're just not able to get that ball free. And there's Mr. Crow flying in for another one. As the Crow flies, always under the posts. Troy Crow gets his third in this game, and it's I don't know how many he's had for the tournament, but he's had the lion's share or the Crow's share of the tries for Kutztown 2. Probably 7 or 8 tries.
Thoroughly dominating demonstration here from Kutztown University's second side, while their first side sits in the tent in the eastern end zone, watching them put all the points up. They're showing well for their school and for their entire program.
Yeah, the first side guys are staying out of the sun and in the glare, just getting ready. They've got a big game to play. And we're down, and that is going to be the ball game. 45-5. Kutztown 2 wins the bowl over Old Dominion.
So Kutztown 2 will go on to win bowl. Heat Elite had won the Shield. Next up will be James Madison facing off against St. Joe's. It promises to be a great game. As soon as Ryan gets someone to interview, we'll be sending it down to him. URugby wants to thank all of our sponsors: Boathouse Sports, Palmer Chiropractic, the Eagle's Nest 97.3. Old Dominion heading off the field. Kutztown 2 heading off the field. Send it down to Ryan.
All right, we're back, getting done. Kutztown 2. Kutztown's not done, but their second side is. They're coming in. They're victorious. And we got JJ again from Boathouse. He's going to be handing out the hardware. What do we got for him, JJ?
We got a rugby ball here, guys, with a championship stand, and we have a T-shirts made from Boathouse Sports, made in the USA.
So the Boathouse shirts looking awful fresh. They're going to fit these guys nice. You know, that's an ACRC original. Boathouse doing a great job designing these jerseys. 2016 version. Go online, get it. Now, we're going to send it back up to the guys in the booth. We still got a lot of rugby ready to go. James, Madison, and St. Joseph's kicking off right now.
Welcome back. Thanks, Ryan. Great presentation down there. Congratulations to Kutztown 2. Here we are getting ready for James Madison University in the white and purple, facing off against St. Joe's University in the black and red. Andrew Lynn is the referee, and we are just about underway.
Well, we talked to Mo Katz and Will Rickard from James Madison about emotion getting you up, emotion getting you in trouble. Mo Katz is an emotional player, and look at him just go up in the air to tap that back. Textbook style of restart win, and on the attack immediately, James Madison wants to take it to St. Joe's, and
Earned
Matt,
a penalty.
They immediately want it. Look at that.
Try. James Madison right off the bat. I thought it interesting when talking with Mo that he the first thing he said, I was worried that I might insult him, and the first thing he said was, "You're right."
You know what? That's a sign of a good athlete and a good player. For the most part, the successful players own up to their mistakes, and definitely an admirable trait. Federico Mirson goes over with the try. He kicks over the conversion. I really like that restart. Going up at the top, tapping it back. It's kind of a basketball play. So Dartmouth used to do that all the time when they were winning the CRC, and it was a foreign restart. The USA used to do very well.
Yeah, you mentioned that in pool play too. How similar you thought James Madison was to the Dartmouth clubs of the successful CRC runs.
In a lot of ways, they are. Well, now Katz has it outside. He tries to make a cut and falls over, which, can happen. And now we're getting it out to Marcelin, gathered by Carlson.
Really heads-up play by Carlson to keep this offensive series alive, and they've got a 2-on-1.
Well done by Costello, and now out to Katz. Katz going back against the grain. He saw that lane just open up, and thank you very much. Touches it down. And as he touches it down, he is hit by Greg McTiernan, who then looks around and tries to say that he pushed him dead. But that's something we got to be careful about, is making sure of your touchdown. I did notice that when Katz scores, especially if he scores under the post, he'll kick the conversion. But he'll only kick the conversion on his tries. And he kicks straight ahead like football players from like the 1940s. And he missed that one.
Excellent recognition from Katz, noticing all the defense was sliding hard to that far side of the field. He was able to cut it back, split two defenders because their hips were so turned. And it was good in the support player. I didn't catch the player's number, but he was trucking around, pulling defenders. They have to account for that.
I think that might have been John Eric Bell, the prop. And so St. Joe's now trying to do something with it. They really haven't had much of the ball there. And there's Wolfer. The ball comes out the back of the ruck. Ref says, no, we're okay, and knocked forward. Referee was dealing with something else. He's only got one pair of eyes. And the ball came out of the ruck, and one of those things where you might have seen him call something.
JMU seems very ball hungry. Anytime that ball is on the ground and it has full sunlight on it, there's a purple hand grabbing it.
That's true. The purple hand of fate.
The Dukes.
St. Joe's still trying to get out of their own 22. Really been stuck in the beginning. This is JMU modus operandi.
JMU has to be careful of the lull, right? They've hit this mark in several games, and stuff like this will happen, and they let teams stay in matches with them.
Mirson has Marcelin with him on the right, but he opts to go left a little bit. Penalized, going straight down on the ball, so this is a chance for the Hawks to do something.
I thought the JMU player was dragged over.
Kasigian, and he's all alone. Manages to keep it alive, though. Now, it wasn't offside by JMU because that ball was flipped well clear of the ruck, and therefore there's really no offside line.
Gets it out to Katz. Keeps his feet, keeps his head enough to get that offload. JMU catching their wits about him right now.
St. Joe's just wants to keep that ball in there for a while. Wait for that mistake. Wait for that turnover. That might be it. There was the tackle there by Nick Hopkins.
Referee thought the St. Joe's player came in from the side. Gives Mo Katz the ability to do a quick tap penalty.
And out to Marcelin, but he loses it.
Just knocked forward on that pass from Marcelin. St. Joe's has a player down right now. It seems to be injured.
Kelly was just taken down pretty hard, hit the ground hard, didn't like it. And we're going to go with a knock forward. St. Joe's needed to consolidate, but Kashgigian went on that long winding run, and he really ran away from most of his support, and the support that was there was a little bit slow in coming, so he ended up having to toss the ball way back in the pocket. And because of that, JMU was actually in better shape to force a turnover and turn it around the other direction.
Looks like the sub is coming off. He's holding his arm like it's a bit of a shoulder. But I am no doctor. St. Joe's on the attack. If he can get the corner, it looks like he does. He's going to one to beat. Nice track down.
Nick Hopkins, but he keeps it alive. And Tom Curran comes in, gathers that very nicely, and in for the try. Big one for St. Joe's. Great run from Nick Hopkins. Just manages to pop that ball in and let it bounce around for a little bit in Curran. Well, he's following his pass, isn't he? Try for St. Joe's.
See on the replay. Just one missed tackle, just that little bit. I'd rather see a little bit of a drop step there from the James Madison defense. You put yourself under a lot of pressure. The cover defense came over fairly quickly, just unable to get that second stop. 12-5, James Madison. Clock scoreboard reads 0, but we'll see. Looks like the referee's going to allow one more kick. Another series here.
And restart error. It doesn't go 10. So it'll be a free kick midfield for JMU. And a great way to give the momentum back.
And the half isn't going to end on a free kick or a penalty. Just minor infractions.
Katz fends off. Goodbye. Gone, 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 gone. And right under the post. See if we can see his unorthodox drop kicking style again. Well, that was just standard stuff. You go in too high, you're going to get fended off.
It's a big mistake right at the end of the half from St. Joe's, and to give that opportunity for the free kick at the 50 with no time left after you had just gotten a score, it's just that momentum killer.
Right.
We've seen it time and time again.
Well, Federico Merson said, get away with you with your 75-year-old drop-kicking style. I'm going to go do it the modern way. Gets it through the post, 19-5. And here we are in the plate final here at the ACRC7s, presented to you by URugby here in Virginia Beach.
Take a listen to the inside the huddle.
To work over to that wing.
Hey, come here, boys. Hey, come here. Hey, coach is right. Defense is the name of the game. We got to work for each other, all right, boys? Move your feet, get that backside support. They're not going to run through us. All right, put them down, They're not supporting. That's easy coaches. All right, boys, keep hard work. Let's go.
7 minutes. 7 minutes. Come on, boys. Let's show them
Let's go. Let's win this thing. Madison on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Madison. Make a difference, Will. Baby.
Well, you heard Eric Carlson in the huddle there for James Madison University talking about he doesn't feel as though St. Joe's support is getting in there quick enough, so he thinks there's opportunity to start poaching the ball.
Well, that's good observation. That's just, I really like the very specific things at halftime. They say that the players remember something like 10 words at a halftime discussion. And I usually try to distill it down to 3 or 4. But if you or have one very specific suggestion.
Yeah, and catch better, isn't it?
Yeah,
isn't
right. He's like, do
tackle
better, right? Yeah, no, I like that. Do better, do less worse. But something like let's try to poach because we think they're slow to the breakdown. Boom, done.
Done.
The rest of it, everybody knows they're supposed to tackle. Everybody knows they're supposed to try hard. All those things. It's a given. It's stipulated. So let's go to something really specific, a task they can address.
And in the 35, 45 seconds you actually have to pay attention after trying to catch your breath and all that, it has to be specific.
Well, that was a great tap back from Katz again. And who is that? Is that Carlson?
I don't
Hard
know,
to see, but it's a great run. They're going to go dig it out. Juggled by Katz. And there's that thing we were just talking about. Katz trying to do too much. He didn't have to do any of that. He didn't have to fling it back. There was no desperation involved. He just needed to pass it.
Korsigian, nice moves, light on his feet, able to avoid a tackler.
And you can't interfere with a halfback like that. The guy picks up the ball to pass it, and you grab him and pull him back into the ruck. That's a no-no.
But not a terrible penalty. Your team was kind of bunched up. Everybody's breathing heavy. Sometimes it's okay.
Well, they kick to touch. I think that's a smart move by St. Joe's. Gives them that territory they needed. Now, we've seen a few teams struggle to get through when they're pinned in their own end. Well, then, if you get a chance to lift the siege, go ahead and lift it.
Been impressed with James Madison's restarts in this match. They've been really effective. Let's see how their defense holds up against an attacking Hawks possession. Looks like the injured player is back on for St. Joe.
That would be Tyler Kelly coming in. But they try to fancy a little move, and the throw is not straight, so it's going to be a scrum or a line out for JMU. JMU's going to pick the scrum.
The more words you have to say, the chances are the more complicated it is, and the increased likelihood of not straight, knock on, someone in the wrong spot.
Yeah.
I try to tell people, just call the person's name. I don't care if they know where it's going or not.
Or the old one where you shout out signals, but the signal is really whether you're holding the ball in your right hand or your left hand or with two hands.
Nice move there from James Madison. A little give and go, a little loop, 9-10 loop. Counter ruck.
Oh, dear. Around the neck, and then he grabbed him around the neck and he dragged him down. That looked cardable to me, Mr. Hopkins. But doesn't really matter at this point. A little breakthrough from, I think that's Chase Key, which is a little bit odd because there's a line through his name, but that certainly looked like him. And he scored in the corner.
I think that was a good decision to offload that one. Instead of just trying to take that tackle and work double hard to get yourself in, just let the guy kind of become, I know we don't have blockers in rugby, but something in the way of somebody.
Certainly a distraction. And 24-5 with the kick. The kick is up, looking relatively good, but no, it's not. It's away. It's to the left. 24-5. And that certainly was Chase Key, so I guess he was feeling better.
Good speed from James Madison on the outside. 3.5 minutes remaining in the second half.
It's a little bit of a sobering result for St. Joe's at the moment. They're not able to do that. The kinds of things that we've seen them do in the past, where they can at least break through if they're beaten. Often they're beaten by size, but here it was just a case of they're not able to execute the passing and find those lanes that they've done.
And I think it's very indicative that they're kicking for touch right now and not quick tapping and going for it. It's been a long 2 days. I get it, and you're down by quite a bit, but to press the pace is, I think, the right move at this point.
Good throw.
Yeah,
That
really
very
good.
nicely done. So that was Zabrowski who took that out to McGee. McGee just shoves two people away. This is where things can go a little bit better. Curve on the try scorer for St. Joe's. Hopkins pumps it back.
Do like the decision to pull it out there, and now he's got support on the outside if he needs it.
Wolfer,
Nice side
Wolfer.
step.
Oh, and then the Magic Johnson dish, and Kishkigian almost to the line, not quite. Kelly, what are you thinking going straight at the man? But he does score. And a pretty nice constructed try, but Aram Kishkigian kind of paid for it. He's lying on the ground, not feeling too good after being stopped just short of the try line.
You can see here he's low. He's trying to drive his legs. He just can't get it, but he places the ball really nicely. And then a big one-on-one there right up in Mo Katz's grill, able to get over him and get the score in.
The smart play there, being the scrum half. I think that was Jimmy Wolfer coming in with the scrum half, just digging out and immediately identifying the guy wide on the left. Even though he's on his own, he was in the best position to score.
Kishkigian takes a breather. He comes off the field and see what the St. Joe's does without their primary attacker.
St. Joe's has a minute to score 3 times. And every little mistake they make here, this is where James Madison should take as long as possible to put this scrum together. Make sure that everything is just under control.
Yeah. And you don't give them the easy time to get in. 39 seconds. Let the referee talk. Maybe ask for a clarification there. What do you mean there, sir?
Yeah, that's good. That's a good one.
It's a solid set-piece platform for both teams. Good pressure here. St. Joe's is going to have to sell out with their pressure. Might leave areas open.
Oh, that's a good hit there from Kelly. And I don't know why he stood right up after he was tackled. And Wolfer's going to go and take this quickly.
But again, running right into the teeth of the defense where all your support was out on the other side.
Well, in a way, it's academic. Caravan is going to go in for his second try of this plate final. And that may be it. James Madison now up 24-15. And it says no time left on the clock on the scoreboard. The referee might have other ideas. You could always ask for another restart.
Good speed and aggression in contact from St. Joe's. Although we would rather see people go after limbs. They know this is their last game of the day, of the weekend, and having some fun out there.
Well, the kick does not make it, and that is it. James Madison, 24. St. Joseph's, 15. And JMU takes the plate. And really, they only lost the one game. Just this morning against Delaware, they let their guards slip. But they were 3-0 yesterday. And they end up being 2-1 today, 5-1 on the tournament. And some really good things. Not only from Cats, we mentioned a lot, Federico Mirson, useful player, Carlson and Rickard, the tough guys, and a little bit of elusive running from Chris Marcelin as well.
I definitely come away from this weekend with huge amounts of respect for both St. Joe's and James Madison. I hadn't seen James Madison live before, and to see the athleticism and the skill, I'm very impressed.
Just think they need to manage that emotion a little bit more, just a little bit. And we have got Ryan Ginty down on the sidelines waiting to see if we can get an interview with one of the players coming off, and he is ready to pounce.
Beautiful venue here in Virginia Beach. Take it away, Ryan.
And so we're here,
There we
James Madison victorious, getting ready to do the ceremony again as we got Nick walking, coming with me right this direction. So a fantastic tournament. Gentlemen, congratulations. JJ going to hook you up with the trophy, giving out the award. Man, that's a good-looking trophy for you guys right there. All right, so that's James Madison. They're victorious over the team. Hey, who I got right here, my man? What's your name?
Federico.
Federico, where are you from?
Argentina or Nova.
Argentina. So you've been playing rugby for a while, huh? Yeah. So what do you think about rugby in the States compared to back home in Argentina?
It's a different level. Of course, here at Sevens is more. It's more.
The man's out of breath. The man's out of breath right now.
Everybody, everywhere else. I don't know.
So tell me about your team, James Madison. You guys coming out here, walking away with hardware, man. You guys got to be happy with the result.
Yeah, we're happy with where we got. We're just a little upset about the loss we got, but we made up for it.
So they made up for it. Now we got Delaware versus Penn State. Stay tuned. We're going to throw it back upstairs, and now we're done. URugby ACRC 2016.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Matthew Robinette alongside Alex Goff. Penn State is in navy blue. Delaware is in the gold and lighter blue. Welcome back to Virginia Beach, Virginia. URugby ACRC Virginia Beach 7s. We just saw James Madison walk off the field victors over St. Joe's, and we are about to get underway here. Penn State and Delaware.
Well, Delaware was the one team to beat James Madison. That's really been the one game where they can point to it and say we're really happy with how that went. This now, the third, fourth game, as Delaware lost 19-21 to Navy. They got to feel like they're just starting to piece it together. And look at that ball movement. Impressive stuff. Matina gets it out there. Abram, I like what he's been able to do this weekend. Ramirez. And then Hand.
Penn State has played a lot of defense today, and quite a bit. They've been on, but to get the wins, they're good at turning defense into offense. But just the amount of time they've been on defense.
Good battle of number sixes there with Joe Kelly and Chris Matina. Hand now, Ramirez looking for Abram, but not so much. There's Abram. Tracked.
Nice drop step, good tackle, nice, good form, nice and low.
He's tracked by Struthers, but it said he was around the neck, which seems, and then Struthers looked in complete disbelief, and I have to agree with him, and didn't seem like there was much in that.
I thought for sure I saw that arm around the waist, but everybody has a different version of high. Just kidding, everybody. That's a dangerous tackle. Here we go. Delaware for the restart. Matina with the dummy switch. They got a 2-on-1 on the outside. Drop step.
Well, passes a little bit behind, slowing down their attack there. Lintner might have wanted a little bit better pass.
Really good on
turnover.
Penn State. Yeah, they saw that the ball was out and stepped over and picked it up. Referee astute.
And then crossing. So obstruction against Penn State and a quick tap and a quick run, and suddenly Delaware does manage to get it over.
Let's check the replay to see where we can see that obstruction. Looks clean there. Oh, missed it. Just missed that one, sorry. And 5-0. Delaware takes the lead. Conversion is
Kick
good.
is good. So Chris Matina's kick puts his side up 7-0. Nice try from Will Baker.
I want to thank Boathouse for the awesome jerseys. They're providing the winner of each category here. Red, white, and blue, patriotic, and they look great. Thanks, Boathouse. Boathouse.com. Nice take from Delaware. Another great restart. Puts Penn State under pressure.
But now they've got an idea of what they want to do, Delaware. Certainly Abram. They kind of ran themselves out of the play there. And there's a loose one. And there's a chance. That's Kevin Trotter. He's not held in the tackle, so he gets back up. Ricci. Oh, just some loose handling. And Matthew, did they not have 3-on-1 out wide if they just stopped for a second and turned and spun that?
Yeah, they did, but I will give credit to Delaware's defense. If you can get pressure on that one ball carrier, and even if it's perceived pressure by the ball carrier, and we've seen some teams panic today and just chuck it away. Neither of these teams are going to give ball away that easily. So while they did have opportunity, I thought the defense was taking space away and forcing decisions.
Nice change of direction. And there's the dummy, and there's the break. Matina being tracked by McNulty. The fend. McNulty still takes him down. Oh, and the passing lane is cut off so nicely by Kevin Trotter. Wow. And now Penn State, they come back. McNulty to Kelly. The red-haired twins.
How impressive on McNulty to track him down and then receive the pass. And
oh, it's so good right there. That draw and pass. Joe Kelly's smart. He's got Nick Kirsch with him. He had support on the other side, and he timed it nicely. He didn't wait too long, so he engaged contact. Didn't go too early so that the defender could peel off and make the tackle. And that was great work. McNulty going in and making the tackle, making a break, linking up with Kelly, and Kelly, superb to make sure that all stayed going forward and everything stayed connected. Huge try for Penn State.
We're all tied up now, 7 apiece, about a minute, 2 minutes, just under 2 minutes remaining. Another offensive series turned in by Penn State. So nice effort there. We've been talking about it all day. Referee's happy with that, and we're going to play on.
Turner takes it for Delaware. Out to Abram now. He's got Ramirez with him. Abram's not one to pass before contact, is he? He seems to sort of engage quite a bit. He's very tenacious. Ramirez, though, that's a little bit of a hospital pass, left to his own devices. Flung out Struthers. Struthers just bouncing around, waiting for time. And McLean is digging for it. There's a penalty. Well, Kevin, what on earth are they doing there? John Hand made no attempt to retreat.
No attempt and no yellow card brought out.
Yeah, I would have yellow carded that.
Yeah.
Kevin Trotter goes into contact. Picked up. What is he thinking there? Featherston. Everybody, he has some of the best players in the tournament out to his right, and he decided to pick and go to his left.
Yeah, that's one of those I'm tired decision-making things, I think. I see the ball, I want to get it and go because it's the easiest thing to do.
That was Jack McLean, excuse me. Or, well, it might have been Featherston. Hard to tell now, but Featherston's actually on the sideline. But yeah, it's one of those things. You know, it's a head scratcher, but it's late. It's late in the tournament. This is their 6th game.
Delaware throwing this ball in. Not straight.
What do you want? Tapped back by that outside hand. You're going to see it. Going to see that called pretty much every time. Penn State today has. Here in their 6th game, in their first 5 games, they are 3-2. They were 2-1 yesterday in pool play, losing to Navy on the last play of the game, but then in the Cup quarterfinals, they did beat St. Joseph's 19-7 before dropping a 26-7 decision to Kutztown. There's Kelly.
There's no time on the clock. I see a little bit of rain starting to fall here in Virginia Beach. See how that impacts moving forward.
There was the dummy, and Nick Kirsch showed something, saw a little gap under the corner of his eye, and that is his second try of this game, the second try for Penn State. And, Matt, that came out of almost nothing.
It did, and again, we see at the end of halves, someone is taking control, and usually in extra time. And Penn State was good there. There was 0 time on the clock. The rain is starting to fall, so I don't know. Everybody's mind is maybe drifting and thinking, but you go nice aggressive attack and able to find the outside. And on the replay, hopefully you'll be able to see.
Oh, there
nice
he
dummy.
Just this little step to the outside. The pillar guard goes with him, and then he just takes the space he's vacated. Yeah, sometimes I think that it's like the horse has seen the barn door. You know that time is up, and there's something in your brain that says, you can take a rest now. They are very tired, but you can't take a rest until it's actually the end of the half.
And that's something that in most events and tournaments, these teams aren't seeing. They're not seeing a scoreboard with all zeros. They're always asking the ref, how much?
That's true.
So when you look up and say 0, you're like, it's done.
Yeah.
And it's just hard. I mean, even perception of zeros tell me it's done. All right, do we have a camera downstairs in the huddle? Doesn't look like it, but.
Well, I think they've been banished. Biddy Boyle's special secret messages to the Blue Hens.
It's good to see Biddy up and about
after the surgery. And Blake Burdett, former Eagle, played prop and hooker for the United States, and he's coaching Penn State, and they got through this day. I mean, we're pretty sure they're through it now. They got it through with 9 players. They didn't need to borrow any players or anything like that, and they have just toughed it out, and should be really proud of how they've done that.
I think it's a great moment on the sideline right now. Struan, Steve Ciano, and Blake just having a conversation. Nothing angry or aggressive. I saw some smiles. Good coaching, good competition. Kids are playing hard, and the coaches are coaching hard.
I think they've got a lot out of this. Blake talked about, and Biddy Boyle, the same thing. They want to prepare. They want to prepare for the tournaments that they're going to be going in. There's McNulty. Haven't seen a lot of him in this game. Oh, well, actually, that's not true. We saw a big play from him and a big try setup as well. But he has been involved all week long.
There's indecision right there on Penn State, allowing Delaware to just force the decision. Lucky to keep that ball in hand, and now they're on the attack. There's a gap. Nice attack.
That was Jack McLean.
Really nice from Jack McLean, and then the counter ruck. That's going to be a penalty against Penn State. You saw him Jack just push it back.
Yeah, he'd presented it back, but it wasn't enough because they'd rucked over it, so he gave it a little bit of extra shove, and that was the penalty.
Let's see what Delaware can do with this possession. They need to get some points on the board.
Nicely up the middle by Matina, and he's just looking for a little bit of help. But that was read perfectly well by Kevin Trotter. Trotter then flips it back behind, which nobody read well because nobody was thinking that was going to happen. And Struthers.
You can just see that the space is lasting just a little bit longer. There's a break.
And there is Joe Kelly, and fake through. And this, he can just cruise on in, charitably slows down so the referee can catch up to him. And I think this has probably been Joe Kelly's best game, this one. And he has set up a try. He's made some good tackles, and he scores this one, which is a big one.
We can see how this one played out on the replay. Delaware is bottling them up, and then the space, no one took the space away.
And then it just goes.
And then you can just see the exhaustion from Delaware. He converts the try. to make it
19-7.
Just that one line break this late in the event, in the tournament. A lot of tired bodies, and 2 tries might be enough to win this game. Who knows? We'll see if that little break there gave Delaware a refueling. A couple subs came on, fresh legs. Let's see how it goes here.
Still plenty of time. And Matina again involved. Abram. Matina and Abram and Matina.
Have one outside.
Got Baker and Romeo.
Once again, McNulty.
Oh, and the ball is loose, and that looked like that was going to be a nice opportunistic try for Kevin Trotter, but called back for a knock-on.
Next game will be the championship match, if I'm not mistaken.
That is correct.
It should be a great match. Kutztown against the Naval Academy. They've certainly earned the right to be in the Cup final. These 2 teams that they defeated to get there are well-drilled, well-coached, and great athletes. Penn State is leading right now 19-7. Just over 3 minutes remain in the second half. Patrick Brenner is the referee. Penn State in blue, Delaware in gold. Straight out of the tunnel again. This favors Penn State. Every time it resets, the clock just keeps on ticking.
Most definitely.
Let's
Well,
see.
at 12-7 with 4 minutes to go, it's anybody's game. 19-7 with 2.5 minutes to go, and you're stuck in your own end. It's a little bit different scenario. Abram now at first receiver.
Great decision from Delaware there to shift the field, and just unlucky not to grab that one, but they had a natural overload after the scrum. It'll be a knock-on by Delaware scrum to Penn State. That looked like a good opportunity in an attack with a lot of gold jerseys and not many blue jerseys out on that side. I don't know if you can see it on camera, but the rain is definitely picking up. Knocked on there by the scrum half trying to get that ball out. It'll be a scrum turnover to Delaware. Time is just ticking away. We're under 2 minutes now, 19-7. Penn State leading. Came straight out of the tunnel again. This is playing into Penn State's advantage.
Well, the rain is coming straight down now, isn't it?
It is.
It's thought it was mist, but no, that's just rain everywhere. It's not a nasty rain, just sort of coming in though.
Stay home, 9. Thank you.
And it makes things just like you saw there, even though he was offsides. But new balls get slick; they're slick
Right.
to begin with, so it'll be. It may have a factor in the championship match. Finally, Delaware able to get some offense outside of a scrum.
Kick through. Oh, that worked out nicely because Struthers tried to come and swoop in, and as a result knocked it forward. So now a scrum to Delaware a little further out. But they got to score quickly. They got to score right now.
44 seconds on the scoreboard.
John Hand comes on as a sub. He's a scrum half now. They take Will Baker off.
Penn State moving their defensive line around, matching up players.
They got to pop it to Abram and hope he just goes. And they popped it a little bit too high.
Slick ball, but a good offload on the inside. Good look on the inside channel there.
Tackling has been good from Penn State, although Jack McLean right there was a mile and a half offside, never retreated.
7 seconds on the scoreboard. If Penn State stands to hold on and win this one, I'm going to give their success in this tournament to their defense.
Oh, definitely. This right here, very comfortable just defending. They're not trying to do too much here. That's a nice kick. That's a good little thought. You might have caught that on on the fly, but in the end, the referee says he was offside.
Penn State could just kick this out and call it a game, but they're going to run it.
And that's in the grand spirit of sevens. The kick ahead. This is going to work. McNulty grabs it. Flings it back. Now what's going on? A little bit insane. Ricci. Kirsch looking for his third maybe.
The battle of the cross kick there, and neither of them were able to convert. Now they have numbers on the outside. Nice pace.
And the break up the middle. Nobody's with him.
Big runner coming down. Penn State doing the best to hold them all up, but nothing coming there.
And another penalty, so we're still moving on this.
Penn State still defending. Don't want to give up the last try, but it looks like they do. And it's going to be a try to Delaware. Well-earned 100-meter try to bring the score 19-12. Pending the kick, and that should do it for this game. Referee has the final whistle. You see the quick tap penalty. Little cut to the inside, and then drops down for the try. And rain is picking up, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, just in time for the final. But that's going to do it. 19-12. All shaking hands. It's going to be 19-14 with a fantastic kick. And well done, both teams. And, you know, Penn State really battled through. They didn't really have any subs or anything like that. Nice finish up by Michael Gorman, by the way, for Delaware. Stepped in. They worked hard. They came back from a pretty lousy start as the rain just pummels now.
It really did. It started out as a mist, and now it's really coming down, Alex. Wind is starting to pick up a little bit. The flag was not moving at all in that second half of the Delaware match.
Well, these are two tough rugby teams. They're not going to make any excuses. All right, we want to go back down to Ryan. Down we go.
With the Penn State boys who just took on the Delaware side, played a great match of rugby for the third place. Boys, what do you think of the tournament overall? Well, we really love rugby. It's a great sport. Really love the sport. Great day. What do you think of the tournament overall? It's great. Great experience. We love rugby. Great job out there. So it's great. We got Joe Kelly, got a nice little signer right here. That's a pretty good one. You guys, well done. Third place coming in here. You know, go back to home. And we got JJ, who's going to be handing out some great t-shirts for you. And we got the award. I need some clothes. Some dry clothes. Yeah, some dry clothes. So that is your third place team. That is Penn State. Right now, we got the final, Navy versus Kutztown. We're going to throw it right back upstairs.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Alex Goff, Matthew Robinette here at the championship game. Beach Rugby ACRC. Final game of this fantastic two-day tournament. Looks like the rain is actually checking up, Alex.
Well, it was really coming down for about 2 minutes there, and I think everybody's happy that they had to wait until the appointed kickoff time, and suddenly it cleared up a little bit. We've got Kutztown University going from right to left. Wes Hartman, Jordan Geisel, Alex Faison Donahoe, Dylan Smith, John Sage, Robert Stortz, and Murphy Lil are your starters. That kickoff from
Played
Stortz
by red first, not 10.
doesn't go 10 meters, so we're going to start with a free kick for Navy, taken by Gardy Laban, who's had a heck of a tournament for sure.
Heavyweight matchup. Kutztown in their traditional gold hoop and black maroon. Navy in the all whites. Midshipmen on the attack after the early mistake from Kutztown.
Full of Love goes into contact. Now they're going to dig it out again and try to get Martin involved. He's going to go back to the left side. That's where they saw a little bit of space. And Thaler was there, but the pass, just as he got hit, and it went forward.
Just a hair sooner on that one. They might have seen some good forward movement off of that move. But they're picking up right where they left off in their semifinal game, stretching it wide and then attacking that blind side for 2 or 3 phases.
Navy had a few injuries so far this weekend. Jacob Griffin, Brendan Fairgreen, Orion Vedral, Jared Stevenson now seem to be scratches. And they've had to move some people around. Take a guy who's a hooker like Jacob Rowell and put him out in the backs. Just a lot of stuff like that. Everyone's stepping up.
Kutztown had a good looper outside, chose to take it back in, and they've got numbers on the opposite side.
Faison Donahoe cutting it back and sending it the other direction.
Excellent drop step slide defense from the academy.
Smith getting in the action. Hartman. But penalty, not releasing. And then there's the quick tap. Laban. But can't handle that pass. You know, those jitters, right? This is the cup final. Pushing it a little bit. They want to make sure something happens, but you got to be careful.
You could almost see his eyes looking downfield as that ball was just getting to it. You could just see his head look up, and he was looking for the gap. I don't think he was worried about pressure as much as he was where he was going to go. But Kutztown decided to pick and go, got isolated, and it was a clean steal. Ended up in a penalty to the academy, just unable to take advantage of it.
Sage pops it out to Storts. Storts looks to use Faison Donahoe. Oh, and he was 1-on-4, and he managed to make 2 people kind of miss. So Storts out. Out to Geisel. Sage. Oh, they're working. Smith involved.
They're going to have numbers on the outside if they can get these passes out there. Now look,
Storts.
just fix one.
Smith, Faison Donahoe. Oh, and off his shoulder. And it's exactly the same thing. He's looking at the try line. He's looking at the gap he wants to take. You get away with that sometimes. You know, you get away with that in a game, and especially in the training ground. And then suddenly you don't get away with it because the ball is a little bit wetter or the pass is a little bit faster than you expected.
Or the defense isn't as motivated to stop you.
Right, right. That's true.
And, you know, that sideline is a permanent defender, and that's something that I think he was very aware of as well. So Navy now has the scrum deep in their half. They will run it out of here.
Lil coming up hard in defense. Oh, but there is a gap there. Wow, taken really nicely.
Now what do you do? That's the question. You got the initial gap. Now how do you set up the next phases? And unfortunately, it was just knocked on. Slick ball, ground, turf is wet now too. So, but I thought that was very good. They made the break, but then what?
Yeah, Trey Full of Love. It's a player we didn't see an awful lot of yesterday, and this morning was a scratch in the first game. Last 2 games, he's been all over the place. A very dangerous attacker. So, again, they're moving things around. We see Tillman in action.
This is an excellent event to try to work out your rosters.
Lil still going across, but he controls himself in contact nicely. Ball comes back for Storts. That's Sage. He smacked at it. They said he's gone backwards. We're okay. Hartman. Big Wes Hartman. Heart and soul of that team.
Excellent.
And Smith. Storts. Faison. Donahoe. Trying to connect with Lil. Not the greatest pass in the world, and it goes into touch.
Wow, he takes it deep. no one's ready from the academy. He took that.
They weren't looking, and this is your only option at this point. Oh, that bounce! What's it going to do? It bounces up for him.
Yeah, he jumped right on his shoulders. Completely illegal. And
High tackle.
dangerous.
You know what? Of all the things the referees have been this weekend, and they've been good, they've been very consistent on the high tackles. They don't like them, and they've been penalizing them. And this one gets paid for. Mike Samaniego takes the pass on the run. Kutztown really not ready for it, and it is first blood to the U.S. Naval Academy.
Certainly an odd series of events leading up to this. We're taking a look at
There's
the
the
replay
penalty,
here.
and it's just a long, wide pass, and somebody just calls his own number and says, look, they're not ready for me. Gotta go.
The quick line out, I'm doing air quotes because he was about 30 meters away from the closest player, able to get it in, but a very dangerous one because it looked like the Kutztown player reacted quicker than the academy.
You're right. The academy player was not even looking at the time. That was almost a complete disaster. I don't know if the ball hit the fence where the advertisements are.
Good point.
Because that would negate any opportunity for a quick line out.
It's one of those ones where you're like, no, okay.
That's right. Please don't do that. Actually, it's a great idea. So, try scorer Samaniego just tries to pushed away around the ankles.
The academy's recovery on defense is very impressive and haven't really given up too many long line breaks.
Geisel, Sage, Geisel again. Smith trying to dig that out. Sage has got it. Hartman. Seen more of Wes Hartman in this game than some of the other ones. Look at that. Fend. Get off me. He's such a big boy. And that's a great little offload to Faison Donahoe, who came up the middle, normally sort of skirting around on the wing, but he's supporting up the middle. Storts got Lil with him. Doesn't need him. Robert Storts. Try Kutztown. And a great reply. And they suddenly, after putting Wes Hartman on the wing and just sort of not really using him or not letting anyone see him, they use him as their main strike weapon.
Yeah, that was really good play from both teams. You can only defend so long, and I just got done saying they've been good with the line breaks or preventing them, and then Kutztown gets through, and that's so important to shut those down. So we look at the replay here. There was the line break, so 4 or 5 white jerseys right around that contact area, and then a nice distribution of the ball out. The defense had to respect the outside offensive player and made for a good opportunity for a quick step inside for the score. Conversion is good.
Well, Jonathan Sage has gone from strength to strength. I'm pretty impressed with him. He's in control of the game. There are a bunch of playmakers that we've seen this weekend. Matina and New, but Sage is right up there, possibly the best of them this weekend. And he rotates so well with Storts. Both of them go in the first receiver, or they'll go in as scrum half, and that combination has just got the offense flowing. And he kicks so well too.
Well, we are where we started, all tied up 7-7. So no.
Well, I'll tell you what, Matt. I've been working on something on an unofficial basis here, so I'm going to announce it now. And this, as we look at the teams cheering, halftime of the final, this is my dream team for this tournament.
Okay, let's
And
hear
this is
it.
my ACRC7s dream team. I picked one for every position, and this is how it goes. Prop, Mo Katz from James Madison. Hooker, Connor McInerney from Navy. Prop, Ryan McNulty from Penn State. Scrum half, Garby LeBon from Navy. Fly half, Jonathan Sage from Kutztown. Center, Joe Kelly from Penn State. And on the wing, Murphy Lil from Kutztown. That's mine.
Not a lot of argument from me. I thought that maybe Faison Donahoe has
That was really that's the hardest one,
Yeah.
I think. to not have Faison Donahue on there. There were a couple of other guys who showed through, and I wasn't sure what to do about center, and then Joe Kelly just had that great third, fourth game, and I think that was the end of it. But I was impressed with some other players too.
Did you have McInerney on there?
I did, as your hooker.
What about McNulty? Did he make it?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
So McInerney and McNulty and Katz are your forwards. And, Hartman's a really good player. Look at this charge, though, staying on his feet. That's nice work. And there is McInerney. Oh, the ball is just a little bit loose. And out it comes. And there's Lil. I just liked how he doesn't make mistakes. Oh, he breaks through. Can he do it? He loses the pass enough for Hartman to hold on to it, but that's a penalty. Holding on to the ball. And LeBon forced that penalty. Now he's going to think about what he's going to do with it.
Alex, going back to their phases down here right on the goal line, we saw all day today and some yesterday that channel right next to the ruck where the dummy pass was getting through, but not against this tough Kutztown defense.
Definitely.
One-on-one on the outside.
Martin able to distribute. LeBon now. Back we go. Rowell loses contact with the ball. Malafu that just shakes one. We saw him a lot yesterday, but a lot less today. Storts, another guy who we could have put on that dream team for certain. Oh, and look at that sidestep.
5 meters out, offload.
Sage.
Grounded, try.
And John Sage, really, really superior play. And Sage has just been playing better and better throughout this tournament. I think if you pin me down right now for an MVP, that might be the guy.
Well, I probably should know this, but in the CRC, are they 10-minute finals or 7-minute finals?
They do a 10-minute final.
So this is great leading up to it. 7-minute finals here, but still the opportunity to kind of mirror everything else. As we look at the replay, excellent passing, unlike the midshipman holding on to the ball well. And this offload is a picture-perfect one for the try.
And Sage right there to rush over.
Brings the score 14-7. 4 minutes remaining in the second half of this championship between the United States Naval Academy and Kutztown University.
Now you think about the fact that Navy has really not been playing a lot of sevens, not a lot of tournaments. Kutztown, that's all they've been doing this spring. So to hang with them and be able to play your shape and your pattern, that's impressive stuff. Tillman for Navy. Back we come.
Yeah,
again,
Coach
LeBon.
Flanagan mentioned they just finished up the Varsity Cup last week, and there's another spill forward. Navy is struggling with handling this ball more than Kutztown is.
And unsung guys, Dylan Smith, he's laid in some hits, and that was another one of his tackles. Nice job from Smith.
Both of these defenses are very stout, very flat and trusting of one another, limiting line breaks. If I could remember that stat right now, I would say it's probably 2-1. Kutztown 2 line breaks to Academy's 1.
Malafu now. Oh, he's going to go make something happen. Taken down by LeBon. And loose ball rescued.
Dangerous transition ball right now for the Academy.
Navy has it. And there's the offload. That critical offload. And Tillman just caught. And as he was trying to offload it, he was caught and he knocked the ball forward. And he really was of two minds. I think he didn't quite have the pace, didn't quite have the gas to get going. And he didn't have enough support either.
He was looking to get that fend off and try to keep that hand free. He knew he was getting walked down, and it was just a hair a little bit late. But good defense from Kutztown, minimizing the damage of that line break.
Still deep in Kutztown's end.
2 minutes remaining.
And you said we wouldn't have one of those games where somebody's just bottled up all day, and that's true. We don't. We instead have end-to-end action in this final, the ACRC7s. What a great ending to this tournament. And here, penalty, a chance. McInerney, Tillman. Tillman going into contact, floats a pass. And there it is. There's the try. Mike Samaniego gets his second try. Out on the wing, though. There's 90 seconds left. And McInerney says, come on, everybody, get out of the way. I'm going to attempt this conversion.
Good bit of ball handling, and it's no good.
He hooks it.
Good bit of ball handling.
And I'll tell you why he hooked it. Because it's wet ground, and he was worried about falling over. So he took a little step. And because he took a little step, his hand stayed close to his body, and he dropped the ball too close to his body, and he wasn't able to do a complete strike.
That's interesting. You know, all the little details that come into play on every facet of this game is just so important. And 2 points, you can see, it's huge with less than a minute remaining. There's a turnover from the midshipman. Penalty here could result in a 3-point try as well.
Samaniego, 2 tries in this final. And then out to Pope. LeBon now. Nobody with him, really. He's like, I don't know. I think I'm going to go the other direction.
30 seconds.
They have all the time in the world.
Ooh,
and there it is.
Pass.
Oh, my goodness.
Outstanding pass in contact. Or just getting contact.
Well, they're going to talk about it. Do we have a try? Do we call for a try?
Let's take a look on replay.
Yeah, referee says it's good. Who scored that?
Ball out nicely.
And a little cut, and then that pass.
Number 5, I believe, dives for it.
And that would be Jake Martin.
Dives for it, and clearly the flag went after his body hit the ground.
Well, it's about touching the ground, and he didn't do that. Touching the ground and touch and goal. That's nicer looking kick. A little bit to the right, and that's going to do it. Navy on the final play. Twice now, 2 days. The final game of the day, Navy comes in, and on the final play, scores. What a dramatic, fantastic win. Congratulations to Navy. Kutztown, great work. And I really think Jonathan Sage, maybe the MVP of the tournament, but a terrific work for Navy as they gutted it out. And Connor McInerney, some great work, and scoring that last one with Jake Martin. Mike Samaniego got 2. Jake Martin got 1 try. And 17-14. Navy wins the ACRC7s.
Yeah, it was an outstanding tournament, outstanding event. These two really play great team rugby, and check for them on NBC here in a few weeks in June.
And let me just say something about URugby here. Steven Ciano is running this. His vision is to make some tournaments that are bigger than just a bunch of people at a field doing something. And he succeeds every single time he does this. It's not like a one-off thing. He does it. The ACRC Bowl Series, the Ariel Raid tournament in Bermuda, and he does it like a grown-up. And really, if you're considering about where you should take your team on a tournament or an event, you got to listen to these people because they're not just talking; they're actually accomplishing it. And if you look back at the video we have, the ACRC Bowl Series, some of the best games of the year come from that. We're going to go down to the sidelines now. Ryan.
So we're down. We just finished the 2016 ACRC7s championship, and we got the boys from Kutztown, last year's champions. Last-minute loss, but hey, man, you guys put on an excellent display of rugby, as you always do. And we got JJ from Boathouse here. And we'll figure this out. So we got Wesley. You want to come in? Tell us, Wesley Hartman here. One of the guys been here forever. You know, always a pleasure watching him play. Tell us about the tournament and how you guys went on. And how you got on.
Yeah, I think the tournament was great. You know, we always enjoy URugby tournaments. They run very smoothly. It's nice, and there's good competition out here, which is great. You know, we slowly got better throughout the tournament. We felt we started off a bit rusty. You know, we hoped to play our best rugby in this game. You know, we don't think we did that, but we played some good rugby. Props to Navy for coming out here and giving us all they got.
So you guys got anything on deck before going out to CRCs?
We're not sure yet. You know, we usually do a training camp. We got some tournaments in the works possibly, but, you know, we'll be ready for CRC.
So you know these guys played in the final last year. They're going to get it done this year, right?
Of course, of course.
So they're going to get it done this year. Here it is, your Kutztown rugby team. So now we're coming down. We're gonna get a picture in. So Virginia Beach being very kind to us. The weather at the end not so kind to open up the skies on us, but it ended up some sloppy conditions. But now we got the Navy boys coming on in here with a fantastic win, coming out, pulling it out last second. So who we got from Navy? Who wants to come talk to me? At the bar the other night, everybody wasn't doing it. So we got it. Hey, man, fantastic game. That finish was unbelievable. You guys are down. You got it done. What happened out there? Walk me through that series.
Well, we had a lot of guys stepping up, coming up at the end. Mike Samaniego was the guy who offloaded for that last try. Just really coming out. Just, that in sevens, anything can happen as long as you possess the ball and play hard. And so, we just got such a strong team going this year. Just feeling tight. We've just been trying to get into it and had a blast. I mean, that's really all we say. Great time playing with Kutztown. They did an amazing job. So, great opponents.
I ran out there for your halftime, and I kind of did a little eavesdrop in, and it might have been you that said on the way out, it's about the brotherhood, right? And somebody said brotherhood. Explain to me what that means, and especially coming from the military and an academy, Naval Academy, that's instilled from you from day one. And how does that translate over into rugby?
So, I mean, we have a lot, going through the Naval Academy, we have a great common experience. It's a great thing to bond over and just being able to play rugby with each other. So when we talk about brotherhood, it's about, just doing everything for each other on and off the field, really coming together. And, I mean, you can see it the way we play. I mean, we're always getting each other's back. I mean, that's what rugby's all about. So it's great going from the military and in rugby. All things translate,
So when you graduate, what are you going to be doing?
I'm hoping to select Marine Corps ground.
0311?
We'll see, sir. We don't know yet. We get service selection next year, so I'm a junior, so we'll see.
All right, so I hope you'll be out there. I always love the 0311s, all that crew. Fantastic guys. And so now we got, with the heavy Marine Corps influencer here, Frog Pilot. So now we got JJ from Boathouse giving out the first place trophy to the Naval Academy. The boys coming in. And then here's the big one. It's a little bit rainy, but there we go. Get it up and get noisy. So we're wrapping up. The midshipmen came here, and they got it done. What couldn't be done last year, Kutztown was taken down. So they're going to have a nice ride back to Annapolis. We're here, URugby, Virginia Beach. We're closing it down. Next Level Rugby bringing it to you. I'd like to throw a big special shout-out to Matt Robinette and Alex Goff for getting up there in the booth, running marathon broadcasting sessions. Also to the crew here from Next Level Rugby and URugby. We're getting it done, and we'll be back next year. And then stay tuned for that bowl series coming out in November. And for that, we're out.